welcome all to the GamezAttack podcast. Oh, yeah. That's right. That's right. Oh, yeah. Yeah. This is episode 48. Okay, there we go. I was just like, what? What's going on here? It's hard to use this board sometimes when I'm trying to do a couple things at once. So, here we go.
Open up the door, it's real.
There we go. Got it all working just fine here. Welcome, everybody, to the 48th episode of the GamezAttack podcast with yours truly, me, Mr. Mike. This is the 2024 Year of Gaming episode, the final episode of the year, of the next year, whatever you want to say. At least until February the 3rd, that's at least when I have it pinned down. This will be the last episode that I do and record until February, because January's usually light to nothing going on at all, video game-wise, business-wise, stuff like that. But there could be that rumored bombshell that we might be getting. Don't know. It's probably in January. Could be in February. Don't know yet. And that big bombshell that I'm talking about, and I'm trying to look at my hat here. Which side is the side that's showing this? Okay. I didn't want it to show that much. These Santa hats, folks. Sometimes they don't fit as good as they should. So, could be on, before February, January, whatever. And if I can speak correctly, there could be a great big announcement. But we don't know yet, because they won't say anything. They're just keeping tight-lipped. They're very sneaky. And I'm talking about, if you don't understand or know, I'm talking about Nintendo announcing the damn Switch 2 already, because they're just pissing off everybody. It's like, come on, Nintendo, stop fucking around. Just announce the damn fucking thing. We all know you have it. We're all seeing all the leaks. We're seeing all the bullshit already. Come on, Nintendo, just show us the fucking unit already. It's not like you're going to get that much more sales for the original Switch, because I'm sure everybody knows about it. What is their cold feet about? What's with the cold feet, Nintendo? Just bring the fucking unit out, show off some games, and say it's coming out in June, whatever, March, April, May, June, whatever you guys figure you're gonna put out this machine. I think it might be even in the September or something. I don't even think it would even come out that soon. But you never know. It's Nintendo if they're actually pumping out tons of these units. But I'm sure they want a good time to put the unit out anyways, the Switch 2. And I don't know if there's going to be a good time. If so-called, everybody, Trump says they're going to do all the tariffs everywhere on everything, even gaming and stuff. And, the Switch 2 is going to be a very expensive machine coming out of the gate, because, here in America, we got to start making back that money that we keep giving away to other countries. I'm sorry to say, folks, nothing's made here really in America anymore, because we've been it's too expensive, whatever you want to say. It's too expensive to create stuff here. It's, we don't have the technology's not over here. It's all in Taiwan and China and everywhere else except the United States. And that's our own damn fault. I got to say, it's our own damn fault. It's our own fault as companies and corporations. Greed, definitely greed. The cost of living over here, plus the cost of, goods, services, everything else, which you can just put all that into the cost of living. Everything keeps going up, gets more expensive instead of cheaper. Everything from your local utilities to whatever. I just heard the announcement over here in Western New York that, hey, our good old National Fuel is gonna raise our rates dramatically for gas here in New York. So when we pay our gas bills, instead of them being a little cheaper, they're going to be a lot more expensive now, of course. And our electrics, they got those rate hikes going on with the electric side from NICEC and stuff. So, it's not cheap to live anywhere, even especially here in New York. It's expensive, here, California, a bunch of other states. And depending on what job you have or jobs and stuff, it's not the cheapest thing to do. It's not the cheapest thing to live here in the United States, not like it used to be. Housing's expensive. Medical coverage, don't even get me started on that. That's just a laughable bullshit right there. And gaming, it used to be not super expensive, but it was never the cheapest, but it was at a price where more people and families were able to purchase and enjoy, and we were able to purchase a lot of games and have fun and stuff, and that cost has risen dramatically. And unless if you're not into the whole subscription thing like I am, and I got Game Pass Ultimate, you're probably paying for every game that you want to play and at every title and hardware and stuff. It's not cheap, and trust me, I know this because I spend a lot of money on video games and gaming in general, from hardware, from PC upgrades to Xbox console. I got my Series X I own. I have my original Switch. I spend a lot of money on games too, and but I still save some money in games. I wait for the sales and I wait for, stuff to come out of Game Pass and stuff. But there's usually those few games that I will go out and purchase for full price once in a while, and but you got to be picky and choosy, and that's not good for the industry because they want you to buy every single motherfucking game that is out there, and not everybody can do that. Not everybody can do that anymore. So it's a choice. Everything is a choice now, and not everybody can make that choice. And it's hard times, and most of that you can blame from our so-called pandemic. When the pandemic hit around the world, it caused a lot of strain on the system, on the economies and stuff, and it fucked everybody over. It empowered companies, shareholding corporations, I should say, because it's mostly shareholding corporations. It's the stock market, stuff like that. It's filthy rich assholes that want to get more filthy rich and stuff. And you know what? Hey, what can I can't really blame them because, that's what they do, but it doesn't help. That's why I always say I hate corporations running everything, even though they do, and you need corporations to run stuff if you want the finances and stuff, to provide money for stuff. But nowadays it seems like corporations don't even want to provide the money for stuff anymore. They don't want to take the risks and stuff because it's all fucked. And after the pandemic, and you could also thank our government and stuff for this too, prices on goods and services never went back down. Stuff stayed high, and it seems like everything keeps getting higher. And there's excuses and people pointing fingers here and there and that. And it's like, is there anything to be thankful for nowadays? Is there anything to celebrate nowadays? I make it sound like it's a bummer. And you're probably saying, but Mr. Mike, what is this all entitled? You're talking about video games on this podcast. Why are you talking about economies and the stock market and all that stuff? Well, it all ties into video games because if you want a video game, what do you got to pay for? How are you going to pay for the video game? Unless if you're one of the people that actually rip off video games and, then you get your video games for free no matter what because you rip them off, you do whatever you can do. I don't even know anymore how to get games off the internet anymore. I know how to get the old school ROMs off the internet. I can get all the old systems and stuff, which I do have all the old system ROMs and stuff like that for older gen systems. But for newer gen systems, it's hard to figure out how to get that stuff. But people do it. And people and companies still put in those those anti-piracy software in their games and stuff still nowadays, and DRM and all that, just because they're so paranoid that people are still ripping off software. And it's like, wow, I'm surprised people can even do that nowadays, because software and stuff is so large, and it would take a long time to rip a game or do whatever like that. And it's just mind-boggling on what things are done nowadays in the gaming. But we're not here to talk about all that shit. No, well, we are, but we're not. Here to talk about video games and the year of video games that was 2024, and how hopefully 2025 might go, or how it'll go, predictions, stuff like that. That's what the show is going to be about. And sure, there's going to be some politics talk involved and stuff. Like I said, the stock market and corporations and people and businesses and stuff. And but that's what this is. It's what it is. That's how this year is going to end in 2024. And you can say it's kind of a bummer year, and hopefully 2025 gets better. But there's going to be some stings to 2025. I already know. And sure, got the whole tariff thing from Trump and co wanting to do the tariffs. And, hopefully they implement those tariffs in a smart ways, because I think they are needed. I know a lot of people say, oh, we shouldn't be playing around with that and the economy and stuff like that. It's just going to hurt us, the American people. And you know what? Sometimes you got to rip off that Band-Aid, and you got to rip it off pretty fast instead of just slowly ripping it off to fix things. Maybe it'll push a lot of these companies, when people aren't buying as many goods and services from them outside the country. Maybe it might push some of these businesses to maybe start bringing some of that stuff back home. It's other countries out there. Other countries out there do this already, tariffs and stuff like that, or they force companies, like the gaming industry and such, if they want to put a video game console in their country or sell it in their country, they force them to make that console in their country. They force them to make the hardware or publish the software in their country. We don't do that. We've been so relaxed and saying, nah, China, you can make everything. I'm trying to think. India, Mexico, because a lot of the software, especially for Xbox games, were all made in Mexico. Every time I look at my Xbox box for the game, you look on the back, and on the bottom, there's a little label, a little stamp that says "Made in Mexico," media made in Mexico and stuff. I'm like, not even our game media, CDs and discs are made in America. It's all made somewhere else. And like I said, a lot of that has to do because of us here in America, how America is very expensive, and you got too many unions and too many people, too much greed, and everything. Like I said, the cost of living is too high. But as a country, we should start doing what other countries have been doing for a long time, and they've been doing okay. And we need to bring some money and stuff back into this country, because maybe they'll slowly fix things. Sure, things are going to be more expensive. Sure, things are going to be a little more tight. But that also means maybe a lot of these companies in the gaming industry and such won't be just throwing out garbage all the time, or they'll think more on what they're going to produce and bring out to us as the gamers and stuff out there for video games and hardware and stuff, instead of just throwing out, oh, we're just going to put out this $700 Pro console and people are going to buy it, which a lot of the suckers did buy that PS4 Pro, and I'm sure a lot more of them have been suckered into purchasing that $700 console that I hear is not even living up to the hype. That it's not living up to people's expectations on games looking better and playing better. I've been hearing a lot of stuff where games have not been working good and things have been breaking and things have not been looking good for that PS4 Pro. And one of those reasons is that Sony, when they make their console, and I don't know how much, because I don't hear this too much from the Xbox side or the Nintendo side of hardware, but I always hear on the Sony side that they never source the same parts for their consoles, that a lot of times they're sourcing different parts for the same console, and sometimes somebody will get this kind of quality of memory or that quality of memory or this kind of hard drive, that kind of hard drive, or this chipset or that chipset. And to me, it's like, well, if none of that's unison and some of these consoles and stuff aren't working up to snuff like the others are because the chipsets aren't the same and stuff, that doesn't seem like a very good thing to put in something that you're considering a pro item, aka pro console, and it's supposed to do 4K everything, and games are supposed to play great and look great and so on and so on. I don't know. I don't know what to make of that. I like I said, there's no. I'm not trying to sound like an anti-PlayStationer. You know, I am an Xbox fanboy. I always admit it on everything I do. If I want to admit it to people, yeah, that's what you see me play on Xbox and PC games most of the time. Sometimes I'll play some Switch games as well, or some backlog games will be on the Wii and whatnot like that. But mostly you don't see me play anything really PlayStation, because even though I can get the games on Steam, which I do have a few PlayStation Steam games, and I will be eventually attempting to play them sometime. It's just I got to get into them. But I just don't feel like Sony's products have been worthwhile for a long time now. And like I said, the last PlayStation stuff I purchased ever from them was the PS3 and the Vita. And I have the PS3 and Vita still, and I still like those things, even though Sony kind of fucked up the Vita a lot on how they put it out there, and they made it super expensive, and the memory cards, you had to buy them from Sony and everything else, and it was just like nickel and dime everything, and they didn't even support it. That's why I worry about when Sony's saying, oh, we're getting into the portable gaming market as well. Okay, we can figure that Microsoft will do it, because Microsoft's been seeing an uptick in people playing games on like the ROG Allies and stuff like that, and portable gaming units, and they're like, we got to try something different because our console approach has not been doing so good. So of course Microsoft and people like me have been saying, hey Microsoft, when are you going to ever create a portable handheld unit, or maybe portable handheld / console if they want to go the Switch route, which I always highly recommend Microsoft to do. I know it's not going to be the cheapest, but that's what I recommend Microsoft to do. If they want to put out a portable unit that's going to play all their games and other people's games, make it so that it's not just the portable unit, but it's also the console as well, because then you don't have to split up the software base, and people can just program their games, and it'll be working on both your handheld and your console version of those same games, just like Nintendo does with the Switch. And it works very well for them, even though it's not as powerful, which the Switch 2 is supposed to hopefully fix for them. Sony doing it, I figure they're just doing it because everybody else is doing it. Sure, you can say the same thing for Microsoft, but for Microsoft, they never made a portable handheld. They never made a portable handheld. The only thing you could say was basically a semi-portable gaming device for them was probably their long dead phones, their Windows phones, which you could play games on them and such a little bit, but otherwise they've never been in that market. So them maybe trying it out, because we don't know if they're actually gonna put one out, but them even attempting to think about trying to, and if they're creating behind the scenes one of these devices and looking in to see what people are doing in the market, and them wanting to get into the portable gaming market, at least they're going to focus on that. Because right now, Microsoft is, aka Xbox, is not just an Xbox One console unit anymore. They're basically just turning themselves into a multi-platform publishing unit, because they know they're not going to win on the hardware aspect, at least not right now. But if they come out with something very appealing down the road, like an Xbox portable unit, and it plays all the games, and it's backwards compatible, and it's powerful enough to make people go, ooh, I'll play that. And I can play those games on my TV from that unit just like a Switch. Okay, sure, it's just copying Nintendo, but at least it's playing games and you can play third-party games on it and stuff like that. Okay. Sure, it'll be probably locked down as well because I'm sure they're not going to put out a portable console that you can have open like that unless if it's more PC based. I don't know. That would be, like I said, it's all in works. Sony, they've been in the portable market. They did great with the PSP. I loved the PSP. I think that was a great unit, even though the UMD disc system was kind of but at the time, that's what they had, and it worked. But, the Vita, they did not support that well, even though I love that thing to death, and I still have it, and I still have a few games for it. They failed that because they didn't want to support it because they have their main PlayStation unit, and then they had that. And going forward, they're still going to make PlayStations probably separate from handheld units, and I know for a fact they're not going to support it that well. It's just like how they did their PSVR 2. The PSVR 1, sure, they were trying it out. They supported it well. When it came time for the PSVR 2 headset to come out, they didn't want to commit to any backwards compatibility for it. They didn't want to commit to anything. And guess what? They didn't make any real games for it. And they put it out at an extremely higher price point. And they said, hey, everybody, PSVR 2, come and get it. You can't play your backwards. There's no backwards compatibility with games on it, and good luck at getting new software for it, but here it is. Oh, and not too far down the road, here's the dongle unit so you can plug it into your PC and use it with everything else like Steam and stuff where you can play actual games on it and utilize it for $600-700 or whatever it was. Sony hasn't had a good track record with portable devices on that in gaming. They tried, they succeeded at first, and then it seems like they get just too greedy, and then they're just like people over there just get too bored, and then they just wander off. They're like Valve in a way when they were making games all the time and they were making stuff like Half-Life, and then when it became to make like a Half-Life 3 or episode, what was it, Half-Life episode 3 or 4 or whatever it would have been, they kind of gave up, and then they just said, no. It's just like Microsoft and how they were doing the franchises. They made these Halo franchises, and then they kind of dropped the Halo story. They're dropping basically the Gears of War story, and then they're doing something else, and it's like, just stick with your guns, finish the shit up, and then you can reboot. But back to Sony, I don't believe they're going to make a handheld unit that people are going to buy. PlayStation fanboys and girls are going to buy it. And then they're going to find out that there's nothing going to be played on it because Sony's going to make sure that the PlayStation home console unit is the unit that people buy their games on and such. If they did have that PlayStation Portal that's out now that you can stream games to it now, and you can stream off your PlayStation 5 and stuff like that to it, and like I said, stream games to it and stuff. So they made it a bit better on that front, but they haven't really done anything more with that. I haven't had faith in Sony stuff for a while. Like I said, I cannot doubt them on game making. They do have studios that make great games. Like I said, those Spider-Man games, I bought a couple of them because I think they're great. Ratchet and Clank, the Ratchet and Clank Rift in Time. I like that game. It's on sale again. I should buy it, but I'm going to wait till it goes a little bit cheaper on sale. I purchased Horizon Zero Dawn on PC when it came out to PC. And like I said, going forward into the future, I plan, if I want to buy some Sony content, I'll probably purchase it via Steam or something like that on the PC because I got a great PC that can run and play these games, and I don't have to buy their hardware units anymore. That's also what I'm thinking about doing with the Xbox going forward, with the next-gen Xbox. If the next generation of Xbox is not going to be what the Switch is, where it's going to be console and a handheld hybrid unit all in one, where I could just play the games on a handheld or plug it in and play it on my TV, I might just go that route where, oh, I'm just going to not get the next Xbox and just play everything, for whatever. It's not even first party anymore, or timed exclusive first party, timed exclusive games. I'll play those all on my PC going forward, or ROG Ally or whatever. I'll play that way, and then all the third party games and such, we'll see if they're still supported. If my Xbox Series console still support the games, I'll play those games as long as they're still going to be available on the Xbox Series X that I have. And then going forward, I'll just have to wait and see to what's going to happen, because, like I said, Microsoft's turning that corner with Xbox, and they're saying, and you can see it, they're doing the Sega thing where they're slowly going to get out of, well, Sega definitely just quit hardware cold turkey. Right now, Xbox and Microsoft are like, okay, we're going to still try to make hardware down the road. We're still going to sell a box for gamers to play games on, but we're going to focus more on trying to make better software and make better things that we can sell our software on to not just our platforms, but other people's platforms. And that's via the PC and whatever. If you like to buy your games on the Xbox PC platform like I do, especially with Game Pass and stuff, I usually tend to purchase my games via PC Xbox if they're available. If they're not, eventually I'll get them on Steam if I don't want to get those achievements, because that's one thing that still holds me together with the Xbox is the Chivos. But they're multi-platform now. They're gonna be putting out the games. Even what I've been hearing, maybe the next Gears of War, maybe the next Halo will be multi-platform going forward, and then you'll start seeing that stuff more so not just on PC, because PC, you can't really consider the PC multi-platform. Maybe when they're selling the games on Steam it is, but basically they're also selling it on their own Xbox platform on the PC. And guess what? PC is Microsoft. PC is Windows. PC is Microsoft. So technically, it's still on their platform if you want to think about it really hard. Unless if it's a pure Steam machine or something, which we've been hearing rumors that maybe Valve might be trying to get back into the Steam movement with the Steam machines, because the portable Steam the Steam Deck is doing still gangbusters for them. They're thinking maybe we'll take another crack at the Steam PCs or something. Who knows on what that's going to be pertaining. But mostly Microsoft's like, oh, we always been doing this and supporting the PC market and stuff, but we're going to also go on PlayStation and sometimes the Nintendo systems if there's software that actually is able to run on them. So Switch 2 comes out, it's more powerful and stuff and all that. And if it's powerful enough, maybe you'll see some of these Xbox next-gen games or whatnot. Or you might see Indiana Jones or something, or a Halo or something go on their system. Or because we don't know yet, because that's way off, if their next system is that Xbox portable console hybrid, just like Nintendo's doing, which we have nothing on. But if Phil Spencer and Sarah Bond and Nadella and everybody's actually thinking over there on the Xbox Microsoft side, and they're not just shooting their shit wherever it is and wherever it lies, and they're actually truly embracing the future of gaming and actually truly thinking about what gamers would like to have, I always think they should go away and copying Nintendo, make that portable hybrid unit. It doesn't have to be as powerful as a PlayStation or whatnot. It could be as powerful as they need it to be, play some great games, put some more power into the docking part of it, which formally we do hear rumors that Nintendo might be doing it with their next Switch, but we don't know that for sure. It could still all be in the Switch unit itself. But if Microsoft could do that, they could do that. That could be something that is just theirs. They can make something that can fit multiple price points because they can have a unit where if you don't buy that, because the dock could be sold separately, or it could be one of those that second system thing where it's like, oh, if you buy the premium Xbox handheld portable, you get that premium with the dock with the more power. You can get your 4K graphics and all that stuff, and it makes the games run a lot better, faster, etc., etc. You get more memory in there. But if you have it undocked, it'll go down to 1080p, 60 frames per second, or whatever, 30 frames per second, and the games will run portable mode and stuff, and you don't need them as high graphics and all intense and stuff. If they do it that way, they can have two different price points for that system. They can have just a little cheaper for the portable unit just itself. They can have a more expensive unit with the more improved dock, the graphics powered dock and stuff. That could work. That could definitely work. And they can say, hey, look at these great games they're going to be playing on this and stuff. And then they can bring back and they can call back their whole multi-platform thing if it succeeds well enough, because people will be like, ooh, that new Xbox portable / console, a hybrid, sure, they're copying Nintendo, but playing all these games on a native hardware made by Microsoft when you know it's going to work right, and you don't have to mess with PC settings, because not everybody, and I hate to say this, not everybody knows how to still use a PC out there, young and old. Not everybody wants to use a PC, young and old. And if they just have it focused on Xbox hardware and software, and sure, it'll be a lockdown environment, just like the Xbox or a PlayStation or something like that, but at least everything that's played on that will always work, and you don't have to worry about drivers and updates and stuff like that breaking anything. A lot of people might go for that. And I understand. I hate to say it. I think everybody should learn how to use a PC out there. I think in this world of tech and all that stuff, everybody should know how to use a PC safely and security and all that stuff. And a lot of people are like, whoa, people are too busy and worried and all that to learn that stuff. It's like, but you utilize that stuff in your everyday jobs. Everybody's using a PC somewhere. I know older generations might be not accustomed to it, but younger and now generations, everybody should know how to use a computer. I'm sorry to say, either it's a Mac or Windows or a Linux-based machine, people should know how to use a computer by now. And schools in general should be definitely teaching how to use computers, how to maybe work on computers a little bit, how to keep their software up to date, teaching that stuff, basic security, basic online security measures. If schools were actually doing stuff like that, schools would be more valuable than they are now. Now they're just like, eh. And I can have a lot to say on that. But we're staying with the gaming. I just don't believe Sony's heart is in portable gaming. I think when they do come out with their so-called official PlayStation portable gaming unit of the future, I think they'll put some stuff on it, and I think it'll just go away. Or else it'll be too expensive, and they'll bank the Sony name on it, and people won't put games on it as much or whatnot, and then it'll just fade away. Microsoft has that chance because they never done it before. Nintendo's been doing portable handheld and console handheld and consoles for generations, longer than both Microsoft and Sony. Sony, they've been in the portable business, and they let it nosedive. And then they tried VR headsets. They did great, and then they just let the next one nosedive. So I don't have really much faith in what Sony's doing with that stuff. It might be cool tech, it might look cool, it might do stuff, but I don't have as much faith in them right now. My faith in Sony hardware products is at an all-time low. Software, I think they're making whatever little software. Even though they're not coming out with that much stuff, and I say this to all the PlayStation gamers out there, I'm like, if you got a PC that can run that stuff, just buy their games on PC. Why spend all that extra money on a PlayStation that's playing the same stuff you can get on an Xbox and a PC and stuff? And the whole comes down to, do people want to play on a PC? I don't know. amongst other gamers out there, I'm one of those very few and crude people. I love the PC. I love working on my PC. Like I said, I just updated my PC's hardware again not too long ago with some new hard drives and M.2 solid state drives and stuff. I updated to Windows 11 and played around with everything, made everything really good and stuff, at least in my mind. That's what I like to do. I've been doing that since I was a young kid. I love tearing down computers, fixing them, making them work, breaking them, playing around with Windows and stuff. And I still do. I do that way less than I used to, but I still do because I still like having a computer for gaming hardware. I like doing stuff like this, making videos and podcasts and stuff. That's what I like to do. And it is a great gaming device. It's a gaming device that I can play multitudes and centuries worth of games that have come out throughout the centuries, throughout the years, since I was a little kid. I could play old emulated games to now and future games. And it's hardware that I can keep around for a very long time and not have to worry about updating or buying new hardware, unlike an Xbox or a PlayStation or a Nintendo Switch or something like that. So that's my main thing. And if Microsoft focuses more on the PC aspect of the games and stuff, great. But if they do create something interesting for the portable market, I will be fully all ears. If it's just another console that Microsoft's going to come out with in the future, and it's just going to be another box, and it's not going to be a handheld hybrid or anything, maybe I might skip it this time, this upcoming year, whenever it comes out in 2 to 4 years. I think it more closely to 2 years than 4 years that we'll hear about it, the next gen Xbox or whatnot. Everything will be a lot sooner than that. So because after the Switch 2 eventually gets announced, then Microsoft's going to be like, okay, we got to get in this game before Sony puts out something, and they don't want to be left in the dust with that stuff. They want the latest, greatest. So Sony has to catch up and stuff like that. So I would be pretty sure that Microsoft will have something ready in like a 2 year, 3 year, up to maybe 4 years time. I still think 3 to 4 years might be a little too far out there, and 2 years would be a more likely scenario for Microsoft to show something, if people want it or not. I don't know. Maybe they can, like I said, if they can create a handheld console hybrid, and they make a great interface for it and all that, and it plays all the backwards compatible games and such, and it makes the new games look great on the docked, and then plays great and looks great on the handheld, and programmers, game makers out there don't have to worry about multiple systems to program for and stuff like that. Microsoft might get back into the game with that stuff and all digital units and stuff. They can get rid of, not even have discs anymore. Say, hey, this is all digital units going forward. You don't need discs anymore. It's all going to be nice and easy. You'll have it in your awesome back catalogs will be on there. Your going forward, your catalogs will be all digital and stuff. They'll be all in there. And I'll make sure that down the road, each new iteration of this portable, whatever Xbox or future console, will be able to have your games, and you don't have to worry about that stuff anymore. And we want it so that you gamers are the first to come, and you can play these games and not have to worry about anything else down the road. I don't know. I just think so highly on what they could be doing, because Microsoft has the money to back it, that they're so worried about their stupid AI ventures and shit like that they're not looking at their other parts of the business anymore, and they're losing track. And shareholders and all that are the blame as well. On top of it, Sony, their PlayStation 5, sure, they're selling a lot of them, but they're not selling as much as they were with the PS4 and the PS3 and stuff like that. Definitely not the PS2, but who's going to, besides Nintendo surpassing the PS2 sales numbers like Nintendo stated recently with the Switch, I think Nintendo being the number one and PlayStation 2 being number two, it's hard for anybody else to come up with those numbers unless if you have a cheap enough system and you got enough great games to play it on that. And Sony, for a long time now, I've been looking at, they're coming out with some great games, but they're not coming out with enough games. I know a lot of people say Microsoft's been lackluster on their games and what they've been releasing, but even if some of their games, I'm not saying a lot of them, but even though some of their games that came out, their first party games came out and they sucked, at least they were trying to put out something. At least they were trying new things, new games. They were trying in those studios new ways of trying to entertain people like me and you as gamers on what games maybe we would like to play. Sony has not been doing that much. They've been going back to the same well over and over again with their safe properties. Like they've been doing a lot of the Spider-Man so quickly. They've been doing The Last of Us remaster after remaster and stuff like that. I'm sure we're going to hear about a new God of War game eventually pretty soon. Sure, they just announced, what was it? Was it Naughty Dog? Was that Naughty Dog? I think it was Naughty Dog. Don't quote me on that, but it was either Naughty Dog or the other company, and I'm trying to think of what that other company was, that had just recently announced at the Game Awards that new project. That looked interesting, and like I said, they had little stuff like Astrobot, but it's not enough for people paying upwards of $700 for their system that they keep touting is the most powerful system out there and all that stuff. You're not bringing the bang for the buck with the games to produce. Microsoft has the studios. They have the capacity. They just got to start learning how to utilize all those studios and what games are coming out and putting them out there. Maybe 2025 might be that year where we see a slew of games, a lot of games coming out where we will be blanketed by a lot of great software from Microsoft. I'm looking forward to that Avowed game from them. I still got to play and finish Indiana Jones. There's still a lot of Indiana Jones. I still am in the cathedral, right? Yeah. And stuff like that. I still got to finish up Black Ops 6. I haven't gone back to it in a while, but I want to finish it up because it was a pretty good story. I just gotta have time. I haven't had time to play games, especially big games. That's another problem. Too many big games being made. Sometimes maybe these studios and such and these game companies like Microsoft and Sony have to make smaller games once in a while. Make these smaller bite-sized games so we can play them, like an Astrobot or like a Hi-Fi Rush and stuff like that came out before Microsoft let that studio go. Those were games that we were able to pick up and play through, finish, and have a great experience with. Not just, this endless game, endless thing. I don't need a same endless game. I want to go play other things, finish a game, play other things. That's how I'm like. There's very few games that I'll sit and play a long time with in a big universe anymore because my time is finite, and there's only certain games that I'll feel good with playing for very long periods of time. Like I am currently playing the Final Fantasy 13 games from 2009 or 2009. Sorry, not 2029, 2009. I thought it was like came out in 2007 or something, but it said 2009 on nothing. But I'm currently trying to play that. Who knows how long that's going to take me to beat that game. It says people have been saying a long time, so yeah. But then there's other games, like I said, that I'll play, and I'll play little bits of them, or I'll play a good chunk of them, and I'll be happy and fine with them. And some games I'll continue to play until they're done. It depends on the games. And there's always a bunch more games, and I've been hearing rumors that Microsoft might be coming out with a slew of games in 2025. And a lot of them still unannounced, whatever. Like I said, we got Avowed, we got a bunch of other games. We got that Outer Worlds 2 that's supposed to come out next year, so maybe I'll give that a try. But that's a game, Outer Worlds 2, just like Outer Worlds, I might bounce off of it, but at least I'll play a big chunk of it and get into it. But you never know. Maybe it'll stick with me because I did play all through Starfield and beat that. Maybe Outer Worlds 2 I'll stick with and I'll beat that game. Who knows? I don't know. Maybe I'll stick with it. All I can say is I'll be able to play on my PC or handheld, so everything's up in there. But then there's also third-party games out there that are be coming out. So there's a lot of questions going on. But like I said, one of the big ones is definitely Nintendo. They got to get their heads out of their asses. Just announce the damn system already. You're not going to hurt whatever little sales you're getting from the Switch now. I know they just want to wait till the next year. I bet that's what they're waiting for. Like they're probably going to announce it in January, right when I'm not doing any podcast or anything. Which, like I said, I will do a podcast video or whatever if Nintendo does announce the next Switch and they do a Nintendo's Direct on that and some games and stuff for the next gen. I will cover that when they announce it, but otherwise, I think they're just waiting until after Christmas because they're like, oh, people will buy whatever they can from Christmas and then a little bit beyond. And then if they buy some more Switch hardware and software, good. And then we'll announce the Switch too. And whenever that comes out, I know it's going to be way more expensive than people are going to be wanting to see out of them, especially if there's tariffs going on. So that's gonna get something. That's gonna maybe hurt Nintendo a little bit. The tariffs on that, if that's what's gonna happen. You know, who knows? Who knows what's gonna go on, hardware, software wise? If, like I said, the United States government announces the tariffs and stuff and how they implement that and stuff. Like I said, it's something that's probably needed in this country. We need to get back some of this money. Need to save some money on our taxes. You know, I like the whole thing. Put some money back into our taxpayers' pockets and stuff. Bring some money back into this country again and maybe lower that debt, the national debt a bit. You know, lower that up. It's too high. But that's if our leadership does a good job, and who knows? Trump only has 4 years when he gets into office. He's only got 4 years. And then whoever the next reign is after him, yeah. I don't want to sound like a gloomy gamer, but you never know. You never know. Like I said, that's why I got my fingers in a lot of pies here. I got my fingers in the PC gaming. I got an Xbox gaming. I got some switching, you know, I'm happy. And even when Nintendo announces the next Switch, even if I'm going to be really gung-ho about it and stuff, I might hold off a bit because I haven't been playing my Switch 1 that much anymore. And sure, the Switch 2 will bring us some great games and great software that I might be interested in, but how much am I going to play that over where I'm playing mostly my ROG Ally and my PC and my Xbox and stuff? I've been playing those a lot more than I've been playing the Switch. Eventually, I'll get back to playing my Switch. I always say that whenever that happens, but most likely I've been stuck playing mostly PC, ROG Ally, which is PC and Xbox, and that's just where I've been getting pushed into. That's where most of my gaming goes on. And fanboy or not, I just been in those ecosystems because those are the ones I like to play in, and it's hard to go to anywhere else, you know? Just like any gamer out there, gaming dollars are finite, and wherever people love to play on, and they want to stick with it as long as they can, unless if they get failed. Unless if the gaming, part of it fails them or something, you know. And in this industry, it's so corporate right now, and so bad, and shareholder this, shareholder that. These companies always wanting to push the limits on all these games to the max and making them super big and bulky, super too expensive and stuff. And the people developing these games are putting all their lives on the line, basically. And if the game fails or stuff fails or not selling to these super high expectations anymore, then look what's been happening for all these years. Game makers, these people making the games have been being let go left and right. Thousands and thousands of people in the industry just being let go left and right. The industry's been in a bad state and situation for a long time, and it doesn't matter if you're a Nintendo, Sony, or or Microsoft. Nobody's been doing a good enough job keeping these people in jobs and keeping these companies in check, and things have just been spiraling out of control because everybody's just been pushing the limits. Less so on Nintendo, because more so Nintendo's been focused on what game their first party games are and stuff, and less on third parties. And sure, they hire a lot of, contract groups and stuff to make a lot of games and stuff, and they do let them go as well. They're a little iffy on that, but still, there's been more so than less focus in this industry. And like I said, I blame corporations running the game industry right now, running it sort of by the ground. They're like scraping the game industry. The game industry's corporations right now has been scraping the industry on that concrete. It's rubbing against that concrete, and ooh, it hurts so bad. And shareholders, greed, all that stuff has just been pushing things in the wrong directions. And everybody's got to take a pause and go, okay, maybe we got to make better games. They don't have to be big games. They don't have to be the most graphically impressive games, but we just got to start making fun games. We got to let our people make fun games again, and make these fun games that are smaller and better, and they make more money, and we don't have to focus on all that stuff. This industry has lost the focus, the main industry. You got third parties that do better job. You got a lot of these smaller studios that do better jobs, or you got, like I said, like we always say, a lot of these just Joe Schmoes out there making games, the indie games, doing a lot better than these AAA super expensive games. And then you can blame Minecraft and Fortnite and all these, and PUBG and Call of Duties all you want about, oh, everybody's just playing Fortnite and Minecraft all the time. You could get those gamers too to play your games. They just don't want to spend $70+ on them and spending $500 to $700 on your hardware if you're not putting out a good games and making these games a little bit lighter on the pocketbooks and stuff and all that. If I was to really focus like I used to back in the day, in my early gaming years, when Minecraft came out, when I was like what was I think I was high school-ish, right? I think when Minecraft came out, I think I was in high school. Might have been end of middle school. No, I might have been into high school. When that first came out, oh my God, that's all I played. That's all I played. Back in the Java version was the pure thing, and that's all I played nonstop. I didn't play any other game for years. All I played on my old school PCs was Minecraft. And then, that's why I played on stuff like the Vita, when Minecraft came out for the Vita, on the Xbox 360, stuff like that. And then when Microsoft took over, it went on more platforms, and now I can play on my ROG Allies and stuff. And, that's what I played for a long time. I didn't play a lot of games back at that time. And then I went back and played games again. Got a little bit of Minecraft out, and I started playing other games again. And sure, I still want to go back into playing more Minecraft, but I see that there's a lot more forms of entertainment out there, a lot more games and stuff, and eventually people will go back to it. And they're even though they might be focused on it, it's the best thing, it's the cheapest thing, and they're into it. But people will come back to play other games and stuff like that. But if there's all these games are just too big and too this and that, people aren't going to want to always tackle that. And the industry just goes completely in that other direction of trying to cram too much into stuff all the time and still not making their money back. And then they try to charge you extra for all this extra bullshit DLC and stuff like that and all that other stuff. And then, charge you for 3 days early access and all that. All these gimmicks, instead of just focusing on having their people make great games, and whatever the games come out as, if they're small or if they're graphically intense or not, they don't let them do what they want to do. They don't let them always make the games they want to make. And the ones that they wanted to make is these big AAA titles that they can make sequels after sequels or remasters of them, and there's no joy in creativity. There's some, but not a lot. Hence why you see sequels after sequels of a lot of franchises and not as much in innovation. Usually that innovation comes outside the industry and then it gets sucked into the industry and then it's turned into a franchise. But the industry as a whole right now is not that good. And a lot of people are out of jobs and a lot of people are going to keep being pushed out of the industry and losing jobs going through into 2025 and beyond. Unless if people figure shit out. Which, will these corporate execs ever figure that shit out? Probably not. That's why individuals out there, if you want to be in game development and stuff, maybe try to do indie stuff. Try to make little games. Try to do stuff on your own so you can make your own businesses and stuff. Create your own game industry. You know? Innovation. That is key to having a healthy game industry. And there's been less innovation lately. So, talked about a lot of that. Let's see here. Predictions of Xbox going into the future. Will third parties still continue to support Microsoft or move on if Microsoft doesn't get their act together and change how it thinks or does business? That's something I've been asking myself. I've been talking and ranting a lot about Sony, but I'm going to talk a lot of shit about Microsoft and Xbox as well. So welcome to the holiday edition, folks, of gaming. And I'm going to take a drink of water because my mouth is already dry from talking like this. Excuse me for that pause. Double take there of the water. A little dry in the mouth. Doing a lot of talking lately. So, Microsoft, like I said just previously, and I think I said a lot about what Microsoft is doing. It seems like they're doing the Sega thing right now, where they're slowly trying to maybe ease off the hardware aspect, and they're trying to focus more on opening up their games, libraries, and stuff into being like a actual third-party software vendor now, instead of just, oh, this Xbox is a hardware thing and we're backing a hardware thing. No, we're mostly turning ourselves into another third-party publisher, a mega publisher that makes a lot of these games and stuff. And we're going to we're still going to keep putting these games out first on our Xbox consoles and PCs and stuff for PC Xbox or Xbox PC for Xbox PC. I almost keep saying PC Game Pass, which is true. It is PC Game Pass, which it comes out first, but the Xbox PC side, because they do sell these games if you don't own, if you do not subscribe to Game Pass or Game Pass Ultimate, they do sell them for Xbox for PC or PC Xbox for these games. But otherwise, after a month or so, like they're doing with Indiana Jones and a lot of other things, they'll eventually bring them to the PlayStation and to Steam and to, maybe the Switch, if the Switch can handle the games and stuff. But most likely they're going to keep putting these games on PlayStation hardware, along with stuff like maybe Gears of War and Halo, which a lot of people like me feel is a bit sacrilegious. But right now, remember, it's all corporations and executives, and what do they only care about is the money and not the nostalgia or preserving what is true. And, a lot of people say, oh, first-party games is going away as a system, but here's the thing. Sony isn't putting any of their games on the Xbox, unless if it's MLB, which they have to because of the contract with the MLB. They're only putting their games out on PC through Steam. They're not even putting it on Xbox or Xbox PC on their storefront. They're just publishing to Steam because Sony knows if they start putting their games on Xbox platforms, there goes their message of us delivering the best of the value of the gaming and having the games. Sony, as a Japanese company, they're fickle on that stuff. Microsoft, being an American company, they're just like, well, we'll go wherever we see the money. Sony, they're just like, no, we're going to be steadfast. We're going to stick to our guns. We're going to be very, what should I say? What is that word? We're going to be very, well, I already said fickle. We're going to be headstrong. They're going to be biased towards Xbox all the way down to the end. All the way to the end. In reality, because Microsoft being such a much larger corporation, a corporate entity with tons of cash behind it, especially cash, not just cash in stocks, but cash on hand, Microsoft, if they really wanted to, if they wanted to turn into the devil of gaming, if they wanted just to crush the competition and strangle it by their throat and that means Sony and not Nintendo, just Sony in general, because nobody really goes after Sony or Nintendo really anymore. Even Sony doesn't really try to go after because Nintendo's Nintendo. They're their own thing. They're the thing you buy alongside an Xbox or a PlayStation. They're the third party of games. They're the Apple of games. You can't really tackle them too much. So they're not really going to compete. Nobody wants to compete with Nintendo. They want to be friends with Nintendo, but they don't want to compete with Nintendo. But if Microsoft truly wanted to destroy PlayStation and Sony, if they wanted to truly do that, they could just drop the price of their hardware to like barely nothing. They can make all their Xbox consoles. First off, they could get rid of the Xbox Series S. Or they could keep it if people want a even smaller console and they don't want a big giant, which the Xbox Series X isn't really giant console. It's really small. It's like a little breadbasket thing. I don't even know why people say it's super big. It's not really that big, but still, they could keep the Series S as well. But if they really truly wanted to, if they could, and they would lose a lot of money up front, but if they really wanted to hit Sony hard in the nuts, they could just make their Xbox consoles and lose a lot of money on them and sell like an Xbox Series X for like $200 and a Series S for $100 and just stick with that. They could have kept Game Pass Ultimate, at an all-time low of like $15 still instead of raising it to $20, and they could have made like their other tiers like $10 or something, but for Game Pass and Game Pass Ultimate and stuff like that. If they want to really do that and then just put all their games and saying, hey, Call of Duty, yeah, we're going to bring that. Well, they got deals going on, so they can't really do that yet. But they could do it in, 8 to 10 years? What is it, 8, 9, 10 years or something like that? I know that sounds like a long time, but that'll go by really quick, the 8 or 10 years or whatever for the Call of Duties and all that other stuff. But if they really wanted to, with the games they don't have to put out on third parties and PlayStation stuff, they can hold all those games back. Then they can pay like third-party publishers like Square Enix and say, hey, Square, we know you're in bed with Sony because Sony's paying you all this money to make these Final Fantasies that you're not really selling on the PlayStation. You guys are still losing a lot of money and you're still not making your money back. How about this? How about if we pay you an extra couple, I don't know, 100 mil or something like that? I know that's a lot of money, but if we paid you a big chunk of cash, like 100 million, and you just brought your next gen and your back gens and your next gen Final Fantasy just to Xbox and not Sony, that would take a big hit on Sony. That would make Sony's PlayStation feel like nothing. Make special deals with people, throw around a lot of extra money. Sure, Microsoft would be spending a shit ton of money, a god amounts of money. They can do even more lowbrow things, say, hey, those games that you own digitally on PlayStation, whatever those games are that you own on PlayStation digitally, and they could come up with a system like, oh yeah, let's log into our system and link it with your PlayStation system so we could see what games are eligible for a digital transfer. If you pay us like $20, we can transfer all those games to your new Xbox, just for $20, all those digital games, license included and all that, brand new licenses and stuff. And you could play those all on Xbox. That would be a big hit to Sony as well. And sure, it'd be money coming out of Microsoft's pocket at the time, but after you wrangle in all those millions of extra players and people going, oh, Microsoft's really, really pushing it big this time. They're really going to hit Sony where it hurts in the cojones with all this these big ass deals. And Sony wouldn't be able to afford to compete with Microsoft if they're just giving consoles away basically for like $200 or $100 and stuff like that. I know that's still crazy talk, but they could still keep selling their controllers for like 50 to 80 bucks and stuff like that for their special controllers and stuff like that and all their extra stuff and accessories and stuff. But if you can hit them where it hurts and you keep doing that for, I don't know, as many years, like 4 years or so, and all those PlayStation players become Xbox players because they're like, ooh, this system's way cheaper than that PlayStation. And there's tons of games on it. And they said, ooh, even though I have all these games and I own all these games on the PlayStation already, and these certain games are available on the Xbox, and they can transfer them over to me for only $20 or something, I'll do that, and I'll go over to Xbox. Maybe you could get a big chunk of those people to buy more Xboxes and go onto that side. And via the PC Xbox as well. I know it's always crazy talk when I'm saying here, but if Microsoft did that, they would be way better off and stuff. I know it sounds like a stupid, dirty, low blow kind of thing, but if Microsoft did what they used to do and strong arm like that, sure, it's probably risky, and I'm sure there's some legality out there that some legal system that says, oh no, that's a bad thing to compete like that. That's dirty tactics. Oh, you could get sued or something. I'm sure there's something out there like that. But otherwise, if you think about it, that would be a big business move that would probably pull a big chunk of gamers over to the Xbox. At least the Xbox or PC Xbox on that side. And Microsoft feels like they're not really trying. The only thing they're trying is trying to stay afloat, make these new games that their studios are making. They're just going to try to, still keep selling on their Xboxes, but they're most likely just going to be multi-platform going forward. And I really think Microsoft and Xbox as that brand, as that American brand, has not been focused as of late. And even though I still love Xbox to death, and I'll still keep playing on Xbox or at least PC Xbox, I don't know. They got to get their acts together, and I don't know what Phil Spencer and Sarah Bond and them over there on Xbox have to do to convince Nadella and the shareholders to do stuff. I don't think they can anymore. I think they shot their wads already, and Nadella and the people over up there in corporate are like, Microsoft hasn't even been really focused on Windows that much, to tell you the truth. And that used to be their number one product. And it still kind of is their number one product, but they've been lackluster on that lately. A lot of people have been having problems with Windows and stuff I've been hearing. Luckily, knock on wood, not so much for me. A little bit of here and there, but Microsoft, Xbox, got to get your acts together for 2025 or else, games or no games. And then they can, if they did the right things and they made the right moves and the right calls, even if it's going to cost them some money in the short run, they'll make it all up easily in the long run. They'll make a ton of chunk of change in the long run. Stocks would be up even higher. Shares would be up even higher. People would be happy. You'd have a big, giant gaming audience that would be very happy of giving them value. And still you could sell those games for $70 or more and do your bullshit with that. But, getting them in there, get them in the door with a low console price point for hardware, that is the biggest deal. The hardware is expensive. And even though it's decent hardware, it's still too expensive for gamers because consoles were meant to be the lower cost, uh, still premium like gaming compared to PCs for anybody to come in, buy, and play. And now these console makers, Xbox and Sony, are basically pricing out their markets and making these things more expensive, bigger, more too advanced, too much crap in them, crap bloatware and stuff, and they're just making it harder for Joe Schmo Gamer to want to go buy that stuff and play their games like a Madden or something. And there's a lot of people out there that just want to play one game on their consoles, and they're making it harder for them to want to buy them and too expensive. And that's things that they got to figure out how to fix. And Microsoft, they got to focus more. If they don't focus more, they're just going to end up hurting their business even more. And then I don't even want to see where that goes because, and Sony, I know I'm going back to Sony. Right now, they're still good. They're still semi on top next to Nintendo. Nintendo's still on the top, but Sony's still second, and they're still doing good up there in the major console point. But when their consoles get more expensive and they're not putting out as much software, you notice that their fan base is also slowly coming down, and their tiers of PlayStation Plus or whatever it is now, I don't see too much big value in that as much, at least to me. And it's just like they're trying to confuse and they're trying to nickel and dime everybody on everything. And I don't know how much longer Sony's going to even be with their so-called tight, good first-party exclusive games in its pockets. Because maybe people will get tired of whatever Sony makes if Sony isn't coming out with enough content, and then most of the people will just be going to Nintendo for all their games, If a true Madden game would come back on a Nintendo platform again, which has been a while, because when's the last time there was a Madden game for the Nintendo platform? They didn't have a Madden game for the Switch, right? It was like the Wii. There was a football game for the Wii, right? There was a Madden for the Wii or not? I forget. But it's been a while since there was like Madden or something else for like a Nintendo console, because they used to have Madden for Nintendo consoles, I think, at one time or another. But because of how Nintendo consoles are made, and they're made with less gen technology and stuff like that, they're not focused on the top of the top tier of stuff like that. I wonder if we'll see stuff like that. If we'll see games eventually going like with the Switch 2 announcement. I wonder if we'll see like people like EA and stuff start putting their sports games, the 2K games, bring back the wrestling games to the Nintendo platform maybe, and put some WWE on there and 2K games, and like I said, football. If they did that, Nintendo might be running amok then in the next gen with sports and all these other games and shooters being on their system. Why would people want to buy a PlayStation going forward or an Xbox going forward if they were all going to eventually funnel to Nintendo? And then they'll have those Nintendo first party games where they're like, oh, just for the family and us, if we want to play a Mario game or a Mario Kart or a Zelda or something like that, like we always talk about. Nintendo, Apple, the video game world, making all that money at lower price points, they got stuff going on that Sony and Microsoft, or Xbox, but I like to say Microsoft because Microsoft in general is a corporation, are losing their ways because they're just competing to get the most powerful thing. And then they listen to these stupid average Joe Schmo gamers that probably don't own either system, that don't know what the fuck they're talking about, that cry about every little thing. Oh, we need 1,000 frames per second at 8K or whatever for our games, because they listen to the whines of the few instead of thinking, why don't we just do this to make this a better console for most people? Like I said, even Sony, I think, might go the way of how Microsoft's going. And I think we might see a slide of where that is going. I don't know. I hate to say that, because, like I said, at one time before, I used to be a big PlayStation head. I used to love PlayStation. I never liked the original Xbox. I still don't today. I still admit I still hate that original Xbox. I know it's nostalgia. I know it's all that, but I thought it was the dumbest looking, bulkiest thing. And I'm like, who wants to buy an Xbox? And then I got coaxed in with the PS or the Xbox 360 because I'm like, ooh, this 360 seems pretty cool. And at the time, Sony wasn't bringing me my PlayStation 3 yet, and it was going to be super expensive compared to this 360. And the 360 was also getting my wrestling game back when I used to play wrestling games. And I was like, well, Xbox, here I come. And then, like I said, after that moment, I never left because it was wrestling. It was Halo. It was Gears of War that kept me as an Xbox gamer going forward. And sure, like I said, eventually I bought a PS3 and I bought a Vita and stuff like that. And I tried to support Sony because they had great games like the Infamous games, and they had some other games that I liked on the PlayStation. They had the God of Wars, like God of War 3 and stuff back on the PS3. What else did they have that I liked on the PS3? They had a couple other games I forgot. Forgot what their name, what the titles were, but they had a bunch of games that I still like to play, and I'm like, oh, these are Sony games. These are games that I want to play, and they had a lot of them. And then after that, it's just like, beep. I even tried stuff like Killzone and stuff, even though I didn't care for Killzone. I wasn't really big on Killzone. Uh, what the Resistance series, I played that a little bit, stuff like that. But eventually, it's like, where are the games, Sony? Most of the games Sony is getting on the PlayStation are third parties, and a lot of those games are from Xbox, Microsoft, and some third parties, and it's just weird, a weird world that we're living in, and I don't know what we should expect. I know we're gonna expect something big from Nintendo with the Switch 2, depending on how powerful it's gonna be, what it's gonna be able to do graphically and portably and stuff like that. We'll see. Hopefully those new Joy-Cons are gonna have those Hall effect sticks like people were rumoring out there, because that'd be cool. Because then the Joy-Con drift era will be done and over with. And then eventually Microsoft and Sony might follow suit on the Hall effect sticks or something similar to those. What else were people complaining about Nintendo and their gaming besides the power of the console? But it's supposed to be, the new console is supposed to be backwards compatible with the Switch 1 titles, which I'm like, okay, maybe eventually I'll get a Switch 2 because I'll be able to play my Switch 1 games on the Switch 2, and then, that'll be great. Which Microsoft tries to do. They try to do that backwards compatibility thing. At least they've sort of been trying. We'll see if that goes forward at all. But like I said, the only thing that's going to hurt Nintendo and everybody else going forward is tariffs. Stuff like that on hardware, software, stuff like that, especially if it's not made here in America. It's going to be more expensive for everybody, all gamers all around. But maybe things will change. Maybe the way games are made, put out, published, stuff like that. And plus, if you buy them digitally, does that mean you get tariffed digitally for games? If going forward, people buy, maybe this will push the digital era forward. Maybe, I know, and I love disc-based games, but now that I know more of these games, especially on Xbox, are mostly all digital and the discs are just the keys. I've been buying 90% of my games now have been digital, and going forward, portably and whatnot, digital is the way to go anyways, the download, depending on your internet connection. I wonder how they would tariff digital games, because if those games are going to be sold digitally, and that's going to kill disc-based physical games eventually, unless if you're on the Switch side, which they'll still sell physical carts, I think, going forward for now. Otherwise, digitally, you buy your games, I'm guessing they can't tariff that stuff because it's just ones and zeros and it's digital, and no matter where the games are made. So you can see that going forward. But the hardware, you're gonna get tariffed on, unless if you build a PC or something, which then all the parts come from China and Vietnam and Taiwan and stuff anyway. So you're still gonna have to pay for that on the otherwise. But yeah, it doesn't matter how you look at it. It's just the uncertainty of the gaming industry. But I see a lot of great games coming out in the future. I see a lot of great stuff on the horizon, and I'm glad a big chunk of those will be able to play on the PC and stuff, and ROG Ally and stuff going forward. I just wish a lot of these companies like Ubisoft and stuff would stop selling them on their own private personal stores, which I think Ubisoft's learning. They're going to be putting their games day and date on Steam. Hopefully, eventually, they might go to the Xbox PC store side of things and sell their games in that. Because if they do, I will buy their games via the Xbox PC side. And I'm saying this to you, Ubisoft, and anybody else. You know, Rockstar or Take-Two, EA. Well, EA does it already, and other companies do it. But come on, put your stuff on the Xbox PC store. I like buying it on there because then, like I said, I get my achievements because I'm an achievement whore. I get to get those games to play them on my Xbox or PC or ROG Ally, and it's just the overall experience that I like personally. And then I'll save a ton of money being able to have that one game being played either on my console or my PC or my ROG Ally, having the game in 3 different areas compared to just one console and stuff. I like that. That makes me happy. That makes me want to buy your games more. So coming up next, in just a second, because I'm going to take a quick break, which you guys will not notice, or you will, or you don't. But I'm going to pause this because I'm going to get something to eat. But I'll be back to record the rest of this Games Attack podcast, excuse me. Because I was I was almost going to burp there, but I try to hold myself back because I'm not like those other podcasters that like to just belch on the podcast and stuff. I like to try to hold myself back from being a disgusting, rude individual too much. But I will be back with more Games Attack this holiday 2024 year. I should just read what I've just said. The 2024 year of gaming of this Games Attack podcast, episode 48. And then when we come back, I'll talk of the 2024 year in gaming, the games I've played of the year, in the year 2024. It was a bunch of old games, new games, in between. I played a bunch of them. Now, did I complete every game? No. A lot of games I just fell off of. But I like to try. And a lot of these games I was able to try because of Game Pass, which helped me into being able to try out new games and software and stuff. And a lot of them I did buy outright. And I want to get into that list and go through it. Then we'll talk a few more other things, predictions, stuff that I want to see in 2025. And that'll all be next going forward. So we'll be back. And I'll also get into stuff as a gamer, what I'm thankful for, because I didn't do that yet either. I should put a double highlight. I'll highlight some of this stuff when I go into my break. So I will be right back. So flip side. Okay, and here we go with
the games that have been played in the past
year of 2024. I had to stop it there because it would have said the past weeks, but I stopped it early to say the past year of 2024. So, yeah, I played a bunch of games in 2024. It doesn't feel like it because, for the past few months, I've been just awfully busy and awfully just not able to play as much as I usually would like to in the game. So a lot of games were like I got to play a big chunk of them, and then I put them down for new games, and then I had other things going on, so I had to put a lot of games in the back catalog and such. And I forgot my hat. Sorry, forgot my hat. There we go. That's more festive. So yeah, it just doesn't feel like I played that many games, but apparently I did. Apparently, I played a lot more games than I thought, and there was a bunch of good games in 2024. And a lot of the games that I played are not from 2024. Some are remasters, some are old games from back catalogs. They're not all just brand new titles or anything like that. There's a bit of each in this in the year of 2024 of my gaming, and after we talk about all these games and stuff, then there's also my year of review for Xbox, the 2024 year in review, which Xbox likes to do for us gamers out there and stuff. They like to take all your stats and stuff and put it in this big old like I said, 2024 year in review gaming thing on their website, and we'll go through that as well. And then, of course, I'll be talking about other stuff too, like predictions and stuff. What else did I have written down here? What am I personally looking forward to in 2025? What I'm thankful for, stuff like that. Some of my New Year's resolutions and stuff, and and then we'll finish it up with that stuff in the rest of this podcast. But now for the games that I played, we'll just go down the list. I'll go down the list of the games, and then I'll tell you which game I pretty much think was the best game of 2024 for me personally on my high-end list here of games. And a lot of these games, like I said on this list, I will mention it. Beyond what I'm playing it on, I will also mention if I beat it or not, stuff like that. If I finished the game or unfinished, stuff like that. So bear in mind that this list is just something personal that I do, and I've been marking down every game that I've been playing throughout the year of 2024. Even though I was looking at a glance onto my year of review from Xbox, from Microsoft. They said I played more games than that, but I don't count the games that I tried to install and tried to play, and then they were just really crappy at the beginning, and then I just uninstalled them. I don't count those kinds of games at all, so their list is a little bit different than mine. They think I played a bit more than I did because those other games were just broken. So let's go down the list here. Number 1, Persona 5 Tactica, which I played mostly on the ROG Ally. I think I played like a second of it on the PC, but mostly I just played it on the ROG Ally. It's the first Persona 5 tactics game made by them, and it was really fun. I was really surprised by it because I was just getting off of playing Persona 5. Was it Royale? Persona 5 Royale, and I was like really burnt out on that because that was a long game. That was a really long game, but I still did like the Persona game, the Persona franchise, and I was like, oh yeah, okay, I'll play this, even though I'm sort of burned out on it. And Persona 5 Royale was the first Persona game I ever beat too, so I'm surprised I played it from beginning to end on that. So I was like interested in this Tactica game because I'm like, oh, it takes the turn-based strategy effect of Persona and adds a little bit of flavor to it. And it turned out really good. It was a really good game. And on top of it, it was a day one Game Pass game. So it was free since the day one when it got released. And I was like, ooh, free game that I don't have to pay for. And, whatever it is, if I like it or not, I'll try it out. And I tried it out, and I'm like, oh, this is a really good game. And, of course, like I said, I beat it. I finished Persona 5 Tactica. It is still a great game. I think it's, on one of those sales somewhere. out there. You just don't have to get on Xbox. You could get it for PC or PlayStation, stuff like that. And I think Switch too, as well. Don't quote me on Switch. Maybe not on Switch, but on everything else, it is available. So, and I really highly recommend it. If you like the Persona games, this might be an interesting take for you. And I enjoyed the story very much, and the gameplay was really cool. It was really good. Because I got into the Tactica or the tactics games because of Mario plus Rabbids Kingdom Battle and stuff like that. Those two games, because there was the sequel as well. I forgot the exact name of the sequel, but it's Mario plus Rabbids something sequel from my limited mind, people. But after playing those and beating one of the two of those games, because I'm still in the middle of the other game, I really like those turn-based tactics games. And I'm like, ooh. And they did with Persona? Okay, let's give it a try. And I did, and the artwork and everything was pretty funny and cool, and the story was really good. So, of course, I played and beat it. Of course, going back into my back catalog, technically, even though I played and beat these games from my past, I started up playing Yakuza Kiwami again because I purchased it on PC because all those Yakuza games became PC. Well, they were on PC Game Pass, but also they were for sale for Xbox for PC. So I purchased all the Yakuza games on PC because I wanted to go through the whole Yakuza series again. And on top of it, get the achievements again. Get at least a lot of those achievements again, and go through the story again all the way up to the Like a Dragon, which I was currently playing before. So, finished Yakuza Kiwami, a very strong game, one of the very first game in the series. Definitely highly recommended. A lot of people are like, oh, Kiwami 2 or something like that. Or no, actually, this is the second game in the series. Excuse me, folks. Yakuza Kiwami is the second game in the series because Yakuza 0 is the first game of the Yakuza series. A lot of people say, oh, Yakuza Kiwami is the first in the series. That's not really true. I know they kind of said that when they put it out on Switch, and I'm like, no, Yakuza 0 technically starts off the Yakuza series stories, and I'm surprised they didn't put 0 first and then port Kiwami onto the Switch, but I don't know. It's RGG Studios. They're crazy over there. They do what they want. But I played it on my ROG Ally. Now, note, most of these games I played on the ROG Ally because the ROG Ally kicks ass when you want to do portable PC gaming. And I played a bunch of these games on the ROG Ally because it's just portable. It's a PC. And I just love it to death. And these games play very well on it. And Yakuza Kiwami, just like Persona 5 Tactica, played very well on my ROG Ally, and I love that thing to death, and I love how these games play out. So Yakuza Kiwami number 2, Hellblade, Suenya. I screw up this title all the time. Hellblade, Sunya's Sacrifice. Didn't finish it. Played it on the ROG Ally because the sequel, Hellblade 2. Oh, and I got it twice on here. Oh, okay. Or did I accidentally? Hold on 1 second, folks. Because I seen it twice on here for some reason. And I want to make sure I wrote it correctly. Or, oh yeah, maybe I accidentally wrote it twice, even though I meant to say, no, I have Hellblade 2 there. Oh, so I could take actually one of these off my list here. Oh, why did I have this twice? I probably just didn't notice it. So delete that one. There we go. There we go. Okay, so my list got a little bit smaller. So, like I said, I started and played a chunk of Hellblade, Sunya's Sacrifice. Played on my ROG Ally. Didn't finish it. Kind of got really confused in the middle puzzle. There was this big puzzle, and I was running all around trying to figure out stuff, and I wasn't really having that much fun in it, even though it looked great. Played pretty good on my ROG Ally. I just did not care for it. And I was like, okay. And then I just dropped out of it. And I just never finished the first Hellblade game. I gave it a whirlwind try, but just never beat it. So that was an unfinished game. But played well on the ROG Ally. And then Palworld came along. Oh, Palworld. Pokemon, non-Pokemon with guns. The one that finally got sued by Nintendo because they don't like the success of games that are similar to theirs because they are threatened by those types of games. And note, they still say Palworld's in game preview. I don't think it's in game preview. I don't know how long game preview is for that game, but did they come out with the new DLC already? But they're supposed to come out with a lot more fresh, I think free DLC for Palworld if you own it. I purchased it day one because not only is it purchasable on the Xbox PC store, achievements and stuff. It's a great game. It's like Pokemon with guns meets Minecraft. You can do some crafting and stuff like that. Other people would say it's like Valheim or something like that. Could agree to disagree on that, but really good game. Played a bunch of it. I keep going back to it. I just reinstalled it on my Windows 11 PC here, so you never know. Eventually, I might go back to the well and go play this game again someday, especially when that update comes out. I have it all ready, ready to go, right over here on this PC here, so I would definitely like to go back to it. It is just fun. You could play by yourself like I do because I got no friends, or you could play with a bunch of people on servers and stuff with friends, and it's really fun. It is a unique game created by a unique company that creates unique games in Japan. I have it under PC, but I also play it on the ROG Ally as well a lot of times. And I have not finished the game because I don't know how much you have to do to finish this game. So it's unfinished, but it's ongoing. It might come up on my year of 2025 games played list when I play it in 2025. So it might come up. Any of these games could come back up again in 2025 and beyond, because if I'm playing it in that year, I'd put it on the list. Like I said, it doesn't matter if it's a new or old game or a remastered game, back catalog game, or a game I'm just coming back to again. It is a game that I've played in the year, and that's why it's on the list. So, like I said, folks, a lot of these games you might have noticed that I, probably played before or whatnot. So that's what it is. Full Throttle Remastered, tried that out on PC. I actually finished it. I'm surprised I finished it. It took a little bit of looking up some strategy guides to beat this game. It was one of those Tim Schafer games back in the day at LucasArts games. It was remastered, of course, and it's on Game Pass. I think it's still on Game Pass. And tried it out, played it. It was okay. And I beat it, so it was okay enough for me to play it and beat it. You're just a big biker in a biker gang, and you're freeing somebody and something, and at the end you all go away happy, drinking, blah, 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 blah. That's how it goes with your motorcycles. Tekken 7 pulled that bad boy back out of the dust and off the shelf. Wanted to play some Tekken 7 because I think I started playing Tekken 7, and I played on the Series X console, and I haven't finished it, of course, because you can never finish a fighting game. I don't care what anybody says. It's an unfinishable kind of game. I brought it out of the the cobwebs and the shelf and stuff because I think that's because they announced that they would be coming out with Tekken 8, and I got excited, and I'm like, wait a second, do I own Tekken 7? And sure enough, I found out. I looked on my shelf. I'm like, oh, I do have Tekken 7. Tekken 7, great fighting game, fun, crazy, and something I like to go back to. I like my fighting games. on various systems, especially Xbox and stuff. And I'm definitely gonna I go back and play these games like Tekken 7 and stuff like that, and Street Fighter and Killer Instinct and all that stuff. This next game is a bunch of games that has been remastered. I really hated it, or them, and I tried them all. You can see that in one of my videos, my first gameplay and stuff like that. Tomb Raider 1 through 3 Remastered Collection on the Series X, unfinished because those games are fucking broken. Now, Aspyr, who remastered all of them, did do a bunch of updates beyond the point of how I wanted to return it, but Microsoft has a very shitty, bad return policy for their games, especially because they said, oh, you bought this, you pre-ordered this a long time ago, and I'm like, it's a pre-order. I just got the game. The game just came out. And then they're like, oh, you played over an hour or so of it, and I'm like, yeah, because I was trying to figure out how the game worked, and it was broken and buggy as shit, and I was trying to do stuff, and it's like, oh, and I got up all into it with the customer service rep at Microsoft for their return policy and stuff, and they seemed like they didn't give a shit. And then I learned, oh, Microsoft, your digital game policy, return policy is a load of shit. For stuff like this, and they should have granted, what I think they should have did is grant me my return of the digital license code of Tomb Raider 1 through 3 Remastered, because that's a pile of shit. But alas, they didn't do that. But the strange thing is, I bought games on Steam, and they let me return them even if I played over an hour of them. Go figure. Steam better than Microsoft and digital software return policies. That's why I'm very careful of what games I buy on Microsoft from Microsoft digitally, because I'm like, okay, I gotta know for sure that this game is working, this game is good, because there was at times games that don't really work or live up to what they're supposed to be from Microsoft and whatnot, or anybody else. And I got to make sure that the return policy and the period of and what I got to do that lets me return a game be up to snuff, or the game's got to be up to snuff enough for me to want to keep it. So I've been very iffy on it, even though I buy the majority of my games on Xbox and PC Xbox and stuff like that. I'm very much more careful on this kind of stuff, So, like I said, Microsoft, you should fix that damn Xbox digital game return policy, because it sucks. It's bad. And some of your customer service people are really bad, and they don't give a shit. Clearly, to what I found out, some of these people should not be customer service reps at Microsoft for Xbox or anything, because they purely suck and they give you attitude even though you're trying to tell them, hey, trying to return this game. I should have did a chargeback, but that would have complicated things because I got Xbox Game Pass Ultimate and stuff. Who knows if Microsoft would have canceled that or whatnot. You know how corporations retaliate when you do wrong by your customers, and the customers want to get back what was wrong to them, and then the corporate entity says, hey, we could just retaliate by taking away all your licenses of all your games and revoking your Game Pass Ultimate subscriptions and stuff. I didn't want that, so I didn't escalate on that kind of stuff. But I still, as of right now, I still think it's a bunch of garbage. Tomb Raider 1 through 3 Remastered. Like I said, I could be wrong. I said I might one day go back to those games to see if they did really patch and fix a lot of the issues that made those games very non-working, and Lara Croft not working very well. But I really wanted to play them, and I was kind of pretty much disappointed in Tomb Raider 1 through 3 Remastered. I thought they would be better. Okay. Next game on the list, Grim Fandango Remastered. So after Full Throttle Remastered and stuff, I'm like, well, why don't I try out their Grim Fandango? I hear it's funny. I hear it's a good game and stuff. Tried to play it. I was playing it on PC. Tried to get into it, and I just couldn't get into it. I just really fell off of Grim Fandango. It just didn't catch the jokes and stuff. Just didn't catch me too easily. It just was just not my style. So decided to stop playing it, uninstalled it, and as of today, it's unfinished for me to play. Next up, Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Trilogy. Been playing that sucker on more than the PC and ROG Ally. I also played on the console a little bit, but I mostly played on the PC and the ROG Ally. That trilogy is currently unfinished. And it's not that I didn't try to finish it. I played through the majority of Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Trilogy with all. I was like in the third or fourth. I was almost close to the very last, like bonus episodes or whatever it was, and then the game got broken. Like that episode got broken. Like I was choosing stuff, and then the stuff that I chose or got did not end up in where I was supposed. It's hard to explain, but there was an item that I got or picked up in the game. I was supposed to use it for like a trial or something. It never, for some reason, it never showed up, or whatever it was, never showed up in my list of stuff that I have or items or, you know, evidence that I had, and it became broken, and then I could not advance through the rest of that one storyline, and this is way far away. I already did all the main Ace Phoenix Wright stuff. This was just like the bonus, like I said, episodes. And I got kind of bummed out because I really wanted to go and beat Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Trilogy, and it just didn't happen. When I got stuck, I was just like, okay, that's enough. I tried and tried and tried, and I tried to beat it as much as I can. I tried to go back a little bit and try to play more. Nothing happened, and then I said, well, I guess I can't beat this anymore, so I just left the Ace Attorney Trilogy, uninstalled it, and it became another unfinished game for me. Next game on the list after that, Persona 3 Reload. A lot of people were very happy about this remake, remaster, whatever you want to consider it, of the Persona 3 game. Played a little chunk of it, dropped out of it. I was playing on my ROG Ally, but dropped out of it because I just got burned out of the Persona dungeon crawling games. So I just never continued on playing any more Persona 3 Reload, and that's it. There's nothing more to tell. It's interesting. I do have it in my list of games that I want to get, but they still want a lot of money for Persona 3 Reload, and I do have Persona 4 Golden that I still want to play and beat eventually whenever I want to get back into the Persona games again. And yeah, so pretty much Persona 3 Reload has to just sit there and wait until I decide to eventually if I ever get back into it and finish it up. So right now, it's another unfinished game. This other game, Killer Instinct, you ever heard of it? It's an interesting game. It's a fighting game. It was a fighting game made by Rare. Yeah. And then other people came in, built from the ground up a new Killer Instinct and from Microsoft, and then we got Killer Instinct for the Xbox Series or Xbox. When did that come out? The 360 or Xbox One, somewhere around that time. Killer Instinct came out, and got it out, played it on my ROG Ally because I got Game Pass Ultimate. And it's on Game Pass Ultimate stuff. I consider it unfinished because, frankly, even if you beat all the story campaigns and stuff in Killer Instinct, there's just so much to do in that game. So it being finished would be an oversight on my part. I don't believe it to be finished until it's actually nothing left of it, till it's void of anything that you can play in it, which is impossible because it's Killer Instinct and they shove a lot of crap into it. Next, Brotato. I don't know if this is a pure indie game or made by a little studio, but Brotato, really fun. It's a dungeon crawling type of fighting game, just something similar. It reminds me of Binding of Isaac a bit on its playability and stuff, where you're trying to beat these bad creature monster thingies and kill them and kill as much as you can. It's got a little bit of what you call it in it. It's got a little bit of oh shoot, it's on the tip of my tongue and I forgot what it's called. I was thinking of Galaxy Quest, not Galaxy Quest, but oh, they were just playing it too on their show. I'm trying to think of it without looking it up. I know this is a good pod. I'm sure me trying to think with my brain on all this shit. Oh shit, what's it called? What is that game called? Geometry Wars. There we go. Well, I actually thought it up. I didn't have to look it up, folks. So Brotato also has that little bit of Geometry Wars type of feel to it as well. On more and more enemies come on the screen, you got to kill them in patterns and different things, and different enemies do different things. It's a really fun game. I never got really too far into it level-wise or whatever, but did a chunk of it, but still nothing. So definitely highly recommend that game. I've been playing on the ROG Ally and PC, and I'll probably never finish it. So it's in my unfinished category. This next game I did finish, even though there's still a lot of side quests and stuff I could have did. This game I consider finished because I played a shit ton of this game, and it is my main game of the year. And that would be Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth. Came out, I purchased the digital license for it for PC and ROG Ally. Played it on both my PC and ROG Ally, and bada bing, bada boom. Just fell in love with the whole game, and the story was rock solid. Ichiban and his crew were solid. Every character was solid. It was a very fun game, and still running on the original Dragon engines, like they remastered engine, Dragon remastered engine that they've been using for their Yakuza games for a while now. It just makes me, oh yeah, this game. And I played a bunch of hours of this, leveling up my crew and characters. It's, a turn-based fighting strategy RPG all in one. Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth, a definitely great Yakuza game. And talking about it just makes me even more hungry for that full-on Yakuza game that they're putting on, hopefully, the final touches on. Like I said, let me think for a second. Oh yeah, Like a Dragon Yakuza Hawaii Yakuza something. That new Yakuza game that's coming out, or Like a Dragon game that's coming out with Majima as a pirate Yakuza. Like, yeah, that's what it's called, Pirate Yakuza. Like a Dragon, blah blah blah, Pirate Yakuza. I'm interested. I'm really interested in that. I will probably definitely purchase that game and play the shit out of it, just like any of the other Like a Dragon, aka Yakuza games. And of course, Majima, definitely will hit that guy up. Excuse me for a second, folks. Okay. Next on the list, Command & Conquer Ultimate Edition. I do love my Command & Conquer. And I love the Ultimate Edition because the Ultimate Edition has all the Command and Conquer games in it. Now, don't get this mixed up with the Remastered Edition, because you could, because I know I did at first, but Command and Conquer Ultimate Edition is basically something that EA came up with that basically you go to Steam and stuff and you can purchase and buy like every Command and Conquer game, almost every. I think maybe, yeah, I think every Command and Conquer game. I don't know if there's anything that was left out, but every Command and Conquer game ever made, able to be played on modern day PCs. That was one of the big things that, because I owned Command and Conquer for many generations. I owned the old EA disc-based ones. I still think I have them somewhere in like some tote somewhere in my attic or something, but I couldn't play them. Not on today's PCs, even though I got a disk drive, because the code and stuff was so Windows XP and 7 that beyond that, it just never, those games never wanted to load or work on more modern hardware, which is weird. You would think software, even game software from back in the day, could easily be run on like 64 compute cycles and stuff like that. Maybe if I wasn't running a 64-bit machine, I was running a 32-bit machine, maybe, just maybe, the Command & Conquer collection of old would have worked and played, but don't have to worry about that with Command & Conquer Ultimate Edition, because what EA did, and probably also Steam or Valve or Steam, whatever you want to consider them, I think what they did, I think they went into the back code of the games and they put in an adapter for each of the games so that they could be played on modern hardware. Now, note, a lot of these games, like I said, aren't made for today's PC. So a lot of these games, the graphics, the color settings, everything that made up the games, all the graphics and stuff, a lot of those games run very differently than what a PC should normally do. And screens blow up, screens get wider, screens get smaller, screens do this and that. And now that I got this new setup going on, and I've been having the setup for the monitors lately, and then I figured out how to make sure the monitors don't change. They don't both change resolutions when you're playing games on, because I've been using it for Final Fantasy 13 and such. I should be able to play all my Command & Conquer games from Command & Conquer Ultimate Edition without any major issues if I want to capture them now. Because before I was like, oh, how am I going to capture these games? Because they're just making my OBS software just bounce all over the other screen. And after figuring all that shit out, it was like, oh, okay. I never tested it out yet. With these games, I should do that. I might do that. I know I keep talking about it, but I should test it out. Do I have one of them installed right now? I thought I had one of them installed. I could be wrong, but it takes like a couple seconds to download and install these Command & Conquer games. But I want to get back into playing some of these other Command & Conquer games from my collection, and do some videos of them someday. But Command & Conquer, my RTS shit. I love Command & Conquer. I still love Command & Conquer. Like I said, I got Command & Conquer Remastered when they remastered the original Command & Conquer Red Alert games from the ground up. And I have that special collector's edition of that, and I've been playing the shit out of it. That's also in the Command & Conquer Ultimate I think PC edition. Don't quote me on that. I thought it was a part of it, but now I own all the Command & Conquers again, and I want to get back into the fight, General. I want to get back into this war because I love having huge armies just swarming over other people's armies and their bases and stuff, blowing them all away and stuff. It makes me feel very bad and naughty and powerful when they do it. And for RTS like that, like those from back in the day to now, Command & Conquer, those games were fun as hell, at least to me. So those are definitely unfinished. But like I said, there's plenty of them, plenty of games in the Command and Conquer Ultimate Editions collection, and it plays great on the PC. Now, if I wanted to play that on the ROG Ally, I'm sure those games would work, but you got to have a good, got to use a mouse. That RTS, you got to use a mouse. You can't use stuff like a ROG Ally. You could put a mouse for the ROG Ally, but trying to use like this thumbstick and stuff like that or doing whatever, I just don't highly recommend that. The Command and Conquer games, excuse me again for my yawning, they deserve a good big PC monitor or TV set screen if you want to blow them up on there. Now, you could take a ROG Ally, if you own a ROG Ally, put those games on the ROG Ally, play them out the ROG Ally, and have them connected to your TV set and stuff, which will blow it up, and you just use a keyboard and mouse and stuff. Then you can play it probably, any of those Command and Conquer games, but as of right now, I don't play it on there. I play it on PC because I got a big, giant, super powerful PC, and the Command and Conquer games need a PC, a modern day super juggernaut PC to play them and have them run correctly without any consequence. Then I played a bunch of Doom 64 on PC. Definitely didn't finish that. Jumped out of that, but I just wanted to get into there and play some Doom 64, see how that Doom compares to the original Doom and every other Doom out there, so help me God. Then Jurassic Park Classic Games Collection. This I heard was coming out, and even though I was never the biggest... what should I say? Original Jurassic Park games aficionado. I played the original Jurassic Park games on many different systems. This collection brought them all together, and I said, you know what, Mr. Mike, even though I'm not really good at them and a lot of them are not the best, I picked it up for nostalgia purposes for the digital Jurassic Park Classic Games Collection. Tried playing a bunch of them. I suck at those games. That's why they're unfinished right now, and maybe I'll go back to play some Jurassic Park someday. Let's see here. Try not to get too much dead air here as I'm looking on. So if you like I said, if you like Jurassic Park and you like nostalgia types of games and you loved playing Jurassic Park on your NES, Sega, or something like that, that's a collection for you. I got it on the Series X, so I'm playing it on the Series X. Star Wars Battlefront Classic Collection. Now this, made by, remastered and done by Aspire folks. You know, the people that brought us those great Tomb Raider games, 1 through 3. Yeah. So I was a little hesitant, but when I saw Star Wars Battlefront Classic Collection and the trailer and stuff, and they were saying, oh, we're going to bring these back for people, I was like, well, if I don't play these online and I play these by myself, I still will have a lot of fun. And I did play a little bit of these online when this came out, this collection came out. I bought it for the Series X, of course. I played a big chunk. I played all 3 stories. I think there was 3 stories, or is there 2 stories? There was 2 or 3 stories for Star Wars Battlefront Classic Collection where you got to play from Battlefront 1 and 2. I think, okay, there must have been only 2 missions, but I only played missions 1 and 2 and a few others. It's just like how I remembered them back on my PS2 days when I was a young little Mr. Mike, a younger Mr. Mike. I was probably, middle school or something, Mr. Mike. And Star Wars Battlefront came out. It was announced and then it was coming out. This is back when we had things like zappers and game retailers in like small spaces and by restaurants and stuff. It was really crazy. I forgot what it wasn't Oogie Games. It was like a Games Central. I forgot where it was, but when they came out with Star Wars Battlefront, oh my God, me to be on a war with, either droids or people or something going in this battle. Oh, and the graphics were pretty cool back in the day in the PS2. Now on the Xbox and stuff, they're still janky. They're still old school looking. They didn't tamper too much with those games, and they play very well. Some people are saying they weren't playing very well, but I thought that Star Wars Battlefront, the Classic Collection, was playing very well. And I tried out the newer Battlefield games, or Battlefront games from EA when they did their own Star Wars Battlefronts games, and I just never liked those. They never appealed to me. I tried liking them, and the space battles in those really sucked. Now, Star Wars Battlefront Classic Collection, they did have some space battles in one of them. They sucked as well, but you were at least flying faster and you were able to do stuff, which made those games a hell of a lot better to play. And I did get to manage to play a little bit of Star Wars Battlefront Classic Collection online with other people, but I guess a lot of people weren't playing this game online and couldn't ever find too many matches online. But I was doing pretty good playing online with the Star Wars Battlefront Classic Collection multiplayer mode. And like I said, it was the first time I ever did, because back when I bought it on PS2, I didn't have Ethernet connection or anything. I didn't have this gigabit internet connection that I have now. So it was really really fun to play that. And Aspire did an okay job in my mind. I know a lot of people say otherwise, but they played and looked and sounded just like I seen them before. And they also included film clips of the movies, like episode 1 and 2 and I think 3 or something like that, from the movies. I don't remember them actually ever having done that before, but they have done that. And the there's movie clips in these games where you can wait in sometimes a movie. What was I thinking? Like they would have just let you play them, and you're watching like a whole scene or something from these movies in this game collection. And before on the PS2 version, I don't remember ever seeing that. Now, note, I do own the original Star Wars Battlefront 1 and 2. I think I have them for Xbox, even though I originally played them on the PS2, but I don't have a PS2 anymore. But I think I do own them for the Xbox or something. I should pop those suckers out and see if they actually included the video footage from the movies in those or not. Because it was kind of weird, because I'm like, wait a second, where's this is the actual movie I'm watching here. And it's in good quality, which I doubt was actually something that would have been in great quality back since these Star Wars Battlefront games came out before. So something must be going on with that, and they must have put in higher res videos or something, because they looked great. Looked like watching the movies. But really fun, really good fun wars to play in Star Wars. Definitely would suggest checking them out, but I knew a lot of people didn't like them, and you're probably not going to find anybody online for the multiplayer to play, but playing against bots is pretty damn fun as well. Gotta say. Then I got into a little bit of Guilty Gear Strive for PC Game Pass streaming. I even streamed it, even tried it on PC regular. Never beat it. Just was too difficult, too much for me, and I just fell off of it right away. Got nothing more to say about Guilty Gear Strive. I know a lot of people like the Guilty Gear games, but I guess I'm not one of those people. But I am one of those dumbass people that played No More Heroes 3, loved it, beat it twice already, got it again when it came on PC and PC Game Pass and stuff, and I played on the ROG Ally, played the shit out of No More Heroes 3, both on PC Game Pass and ROG Ally, and beat it. Travis touchdown, folks. I wonder. And No More Heroes 3, it had a lot of fun to it. It had a lot of great, interesting stuff to it. And it had also a lot of open world, boring shit to it as well. So it had a combination of both in No More Heroes 3. But Travis Touchdown, Sylvia, his I guess wife in that one, and I guess they got kids or something. I don't know. I haven't played the first two. I own the other two. I do own No More Heroes 1 and 2. I should play them, so I know what's coming up into 3. But yeah, it's just weird, and I know I heard that they might or might not ever come out with a fourth one. I don't know if it's sold well. It should have. I know they put it out also on limited. It was a limited games collection too, where it came from limited games, which they put out a special collector's editions of No More Heroes 3 and stuff. So I would think that they would have that, so you can eventually maybe come out with No More Heroes 4 if they come out with a story or something. You never know, for the next Switch or something to start off with, and then it come out to Xbox and PC and such. Never know. Never know. Travis Touchdown could return again. If you like those potty jokes and stuff. Next, Diablo 4. I almost said 5. Diablo 4, Xbox Game Pass. I wanted to play it on PC. They do offer Diablo 4 on PC for PC Game Pass, but there's this little annoying thing that they did not like take out or change or something. Instead of making it so that you can just get it and download it from the Microsoft storefront and play it from there, you got to download the client for it. You know, the Diablo 4 client, or the whatever client that they use. The I'm trying to think of the client that they were using for games from Activision Blizzard. Was it the Blizzard client or whatever, or was the I forget it because it's so crappy. But they have their own client, and the only way you could get it is through their client, through PC Game Pass and stuff. It's really stupid. It's really sloppy. You got to make an account to get it from their server part and stuff like that. And if you wanted to play Diablo 4 on your PC or ROG Ally or something, sure, it'd play great, but it doesn't offer achievements and other stuff as well. But mostly, they don't have achievements for it, even though the Xbox version does have achievements for Diablo 4. So it seems like they just dropped everything they could and they never took it. They never took it seriously of trying to get Diablo 4 perfectly on Game Pass for PC and stuff, and not having the Chivos, which of course I'm an achievement whore, but yet you have it for the console version. Even if I do play it, it does have cross-platform play, so I could just play it on PC and then go to Xbox and vice versa. But if you do that and you bring your save to the Xbox, it doesn't unlock those achievements either, which is really a bigger bummer. And it's just really sad because I really wanted to play Diablo 4 on my PC, but I just don't want to go through all those hoops to get it through the their shitty storefront, through the whole the whole thing. Yeah. So having a blast. I jump in them now and then again, you know, back and forth into it because I do have it on my Xbox. So if I feel like playing a little bit of dungeon crawling Diablo, I'll go back into it. I'll fight around a lot of monsters and stuff, battle, collect stuff, try to relearn the whole strategy of the game again, the looter killing shooter, whatever you want to consider it. Fun game. Interesting story, because I still remember the story with the Lilith character, the evil demon lady with the feet. I gotta say the feet. She's naked-ish with the boobs and the feet. Mostly the feet. It's a foot fetish game. Diablo 4, fun. Dungeon crawling. You know, click, shooter, blah, 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 blah. You guys know the drill. It's Diablo. I love Diablo 3. Diablo 4 is fun as well. I just wish they did Microsoft after they took over Activision Blizzard. I wish they would have fixed the fucking PC version of it so we could just download from their Microsoft PC store and I could get Chivos from it. I do go back and look at the PC store version of it once in a while to see if they ever maybe patched those in and fixed it all up so it does work like that, but no go on that, folks. No go, no nothing. Nope. Another game that I was quite interested in up to a point, and then it just got really ridiculous to me for the toughness, and I couldn't figure out where to go, and I just didn't know how to advance in the game. Evil West. It has a unique personality. You're basically an outlaw. You're not an outlaw. You're in the wild, wild west, and there's evil creatures and vampires and shit running amok and monsters and stuff, and you got to destroy and kill them and figure out what's going on. And you're trying to save the people from getting annihilated by the freaks and the geeks and the vampire ladies and stuff like that. And I got pretty far into it. I just dropped off of it and just never went back to Evil West again because, like I said, I got stuck in a part, couldn't figure it out, and just said, and I never went back. Never went back. And sometimes you gotta learn when you're playing games, and what else? And it had a decent story. It just broke me after a while. It broke me, and I just never got back on that demon horse ever again to play more Evil West. And I was really hoping I was gonna beat it, but like I said, I just couldn't do it. I just don't know what happened. I just dropped off of it after a while, and I played a big chunk of Evil West. I don't know how far I was in that game, but I played a big chunk of that game, and it was pretty good up to a point. And I played that on my ROG Ally, mostly PC and stuff like that. Of course, it was a Game Pass game at the time. Really fun. And then I was like, well, Mr. Mike, I've been hankering for more Diablo-esque type of games and other games such, and then I came across this little bit of Diablo-esque like happiness. But this time with a game called Army of Ruin. Been playing that on my Xbox Series X console. It is a looter, destroying shooter, blah, 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 blah. You're going around the screen. It's more, I should say Army of the Ruin is more like a Vampire Survivors in a way. I should mention that. It's got more of that. But it's got the Diablo-esque feel to it as well of the game. And excuse me if I'm moving my chair around and stuff. I'm trying to get comfortable here. I don't know. I'm just not feeling comfortable today. But it's got a Vampire Survivors feel and look and play, more modern graphics and stuff, of course, but also has that Doom-like gameplay as well with Army of Ruin. And that you can only get on PC or on PC through Steam, I think, and on Xbox. So, Xbox Series X version, Army of Ruin, been having a blast. When I was playing it still. Unfinished. Then I played some Hot Wheels Unleashed 2. I don't have to talk more about that. It's Hot Wheels. It's racing. I didn't finish it. Just dropped out of it. Just wanted to play a chunk of it. And I dropped out of that. Ninja Gaiden 3, Razor's Edge. Wanted to play a bit of that. Got a chunk of that game done. That got up to a point where it was like, oh, this thing is going on and on and on and on forever. And then I just got really annoyed by the game. And then I just dropped off of it. Notice a lot, like I said, a lot of these games are unfinished, meaning me unfinished playing them, and me dropping off of them. Next, Super Hot, Mind Control, Delete. Been playing that on the Series X. I also was playing it on PC, but when they were promoting it a bit more for the Xbox Series X, I just had to go and play that in my living room. And I played a bunch of Super Hot, Mind Control, Delete. Fun game. Very interesting concept. Been out for a very, very long time, and it runs very good on my Xbox Series X. Let's see what else is next up here. Microsoft's Solitaire Collection. Anybody? A free game that you can get for free off the Microsoft Store. Blah 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 blah. What more can I say? It's a solid collection of solitaire games. I play a little bit of it once in a while. I've been playing it on my PC and ROG Ally, and that's it for that. Then I got into the game that a lot of people have been praising for a very long time. You people that like your Alan Wakes and stuff like that. I did like the game that they made. Well, what was it called? I should have never opened up my mouth on what that game would be, but I am trying to think of it. I can look it. I can really look it up now. I think. Let me try to look that game up right here. Oh, let's see here. Control game by Remedy. Okay, let me see here. Remedy Games. Remedy Games. I never cared for any of much of their games. Quantum Break. I know I always forget that. I loved Quantum Break. I never liked Alan Wake games. I never cared for the Max Payne games from them and stuff. And I really did like Quantum Break, but a lot of people did not like Quantum Break for some reason. And I don't know why I'm the only outlier on that, but I really digged Quantum Break. So I'm like, a lot of people are talking about this Control game, the shooter, this supernatural shooter type game, and where you're in the system and stuff, in this FBI like building of supernatural stuff and all that. I tried playing a bunch of it, got into it, and then up to a point it just got really stupid with the shooting and the monsters and stuff, and I just really didn't feel like I liked the game too much, and I just really not connected with it, and I fell off, and I was like really disappointed because everybody out there was just saying, Control this, Control that. Everybody likes Control. It's a great game. It's one of the best games out there and stuff. And then Control Ultimate Edition and stuff. And for somebody like me, I just really did not get into Control. I tried because I'm like, well, this ties into Quantum Break, I guess, a little bit or something. Or they were saying something about how Quantum Break might, adapt into this. And I know they're currently, I think they're currently working on the sequel to Control 2. And I don't know how far along they are, but I'm just not interested because never cared about Control, the first Control game. Because like I said, when I tried playing on the PC and stuff, I just really didn't get into it. Sorry, folks. I don't want to hurt people's feelings, but I just really did not get into playing Control too much. So, but I just played it on PC. It's unfinished. Didn't want to continue with that. This other game, though, I'll play the fourth one if they're working on a fourth one. I wish I could play the first two, but they weren't available on like the Xbox part of stuff or whatever. But Orcs Must Die 3. It's a dungeon. What should I say? Dungeon. What do you call it? Barricade building game where you build up your defenses and stuff, and you try to keep the orcs from getting into this like portal. I think the portal back to your home world, to your human world or something like that. I'm guessing. Back to wherever you live and your people live and stuff, and you're in this dungeon-like thing, and they're attacking from their planet or world that they're from, and they're going through, and you gotta build these traps and stuff, and you gotta shoot at them, and you gotta do all this stuff. That was really fun. I played through the whole thing of Orcs Must Die 3 on my PC. I finished it. Yes, I finished it. It got really tough at times. in certain scenarios that they wanted you to do. But once I think one or two times I had to look up the strategy guide to figure out how to beat to set up certain levels with certain traps and whatnot. And that game was really fun. That was a hoot and a holler. And Orcs Must Die 3 was a real surprise Game Pass game hit for me and stuff like that. Because, like I said, I love to build up defenses. I love to build up weapons of mass destruction. And I was tearing through all these orcs and creatures and stuff like nothing. I was like feeling all badass. I got my super gun on them. I'm the girl jumping and shooting with my balls of fury and lasers or whatever it was, or it was like a shotgun or something, and then it was like a weapon energy gun or something as well. And I just really got into that, and really had fun in it. Probably would even have more fun if I had friends to play with, but I don't. But if I did, Orcs Must Die 3 would have been an even better game if I played with friends. But playing by yourself gives you a nice challenge. And I played on PC. I finished it. And I hope they make another Orcs game. I hope they make an Orcs Must Die 4. I know they got other games similar to that, but I want more Orcs. I should look at other. I think they consider it a tower defense game as well, because you're like defending stuff and like a tower and stuff like that. So, but that's a little messy to me on what they call that. Another game that came out for Game Pass. Played this on the Series X, unfinished. Little Kitty Big City. I heard about this. A lot of podcasters, gamers were like really up in arms saying, oh, this is a great game. And I played a bunch of it. There was a lot of stuff that I didn't like about the jumping mechanics and some of the other mechanics of the game, and I just fell off of it. It's for more little kids, but even the little kids, I would think, would have a hard time on some of these Little Kitty Big City puzzles and finding things and doing stuff in there. And I just didn't know what I was supposed to do besides collect all this stuff, do all this stuff. But it was fun while it lasted. I would guess people would love to play with the kids and stuff, but I'm just not one of those. So I played a bunch of it, fell off of it, but at least I tried it, because it's, like I said, Game Pass, people. Game Pass, Game Pass, Game Pass. Most of these games on this sheet are from Game Pass. Not all of them, but most of them. Yeah, so Little Kitty Big City, played on my Series X, unfinished. Star Wars Jedi Survivor. Now, played the first one, played a bunch of Star Wars Jedi, what was that? Jedi, oh shit. Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order. Yeah, I think that's what it was called. Got really far into that, and I just dropped off of it because I just didn't know what I was doing or going or whatnot. The game just didn't point me into any directions going forward, and I just gave up on trying to figure out or find out what I was supposed to do next. And I got really frustrated, so I never completed the first one. It was a great game. It was a great fun Jedi, playing as a Jedi type of game. And then I said, well, a lot of people say the second sequel, Jedi Survivor, is really good with the epic story and stuff, so I bought it. I own it. I think on the Series X. I just never got really deep into it. I got it on sale, a really cheap sale, physical copy, really cheap sale off of, I think it was Gamefly. Yeah, Gamefly has their sales sometimes, and I got it really cheap. So I said to myself, why don't I just get Star Wars Jedi Survivor, try it out again. This was during a time where I have a lot of other games I was playing, so I just wanted to play a brief chunk of it in the beginning, and so far it seemed like a good story and stuff, so I just never advanced farther into the game. I'll hopefully get back into the game, because I know they're making the third Star Wars Jedi whatever for the future, so I might jump back into it when I get more Star Warsy into Star Warsy again for the game-wise stuff, so I'm not writing Jedi Survivor off the list yet, but I'll play it when they announce announce the next one coming out eventually, and then I'll just go, okay, I'll play some Jedi Survivor, and I'll play into that and have some fun with Cal and stuff. And I do remember the guy's name. His name is Cal, and I'll get into it, and I'll play a bunch of Jedi Survivor and see if I can do better than I did the first time. But it's in my back catalog. I played a bit of it, tried it out. Seemed very fun. I know they had a lot of bugs in the game as well, and I know they fixed a lot of stuff, so it's probably even better than I remember. So that's on the Series X. It is unfinished. I think they might even have it on PC, Xbox Game Pass or something, or EA Play, but I think it's going to get, I don't know. I heard things about that. Maybe I'd play on it, but I heard it's more janky. I heard the game is more broken on the PC than the Xbox, so I might just stick with the Xbox version of Star Wars Jedi Survivor, especially if it's more janky and broken on the PC, which is weird that you would think that it would happen like that, but especially when people who designed and made the game, they made the game on PC, and yeah, it's better on console. What does that say? Injustice 2, played it, bought it again, played it again, this time on the ROG Ally because they had a sale on the Xbox PC store. Originally, it was also on Game Pass, but I bought it anyways. Love the Injustice games. Great fighting games made by NetherRealm people that make Mortal Kombat and all that, but you're fighting with Superman and Batman and all of them. And played on the ROG Ally, finished the story again, and hopefully they'll announce an Injustice 3 someday. I would like an Injustice 3. They just did Mortal Kombat 1. They're just bringing out, extra DLC characters now. I don't know how much more they will have of that, and I'm sure they're going to eventually start on an Injustice sequel or whatever. They like to go from Mortal Kombat to Injustice, but they kind of skipped that before, and they just went to another Mortal Kombat, so we'll see. We'll see what they got cooking in NetherRealm. They make great fighting games, just like this next game, Mortal Kombat 1. I was just talking about it. Bought it, played on the Series X, beat the story, even purchased that horrible DLC story, Chaos Reigns, which I just put the video up not too long ago. I guess people didn't really like that because people didn't watch that video too much on my thing, because people probably never cared about Chaos Reigns DLC at all, but I played it. I made a video of it because I said I was going to do that eventually, even though I didn't. I knew that DLC was bad, but it was really cheap on sale for $20, and it gets you all the extra DLC characters and stuff, and the new 3 DLC guest characters that are hopefully going to all come out soon. I know Ghostface is out. I played that on the Chaos Reigns video that I did, but I really want to play the other characters, Conan the Barbarian and the T-1000. Whenever those guys come out, like I said, I liked the Mortal Kombat 1 game. I think it was really fun and interesting on how they made this game and what they did with the dungeons, what they did with the whole crypt thing this time around. It was like a big board game looking thing. What they did with the story and your helper characters this time, I felt like it was really good. At first I was like, okay. And a lot of people were a little confused by it, and a lot of people didn't like it. I liked it. I think having helping partners and characters in your game really makes the game even better for Mortal Kombat, because sometimes you're not just fighting one-on-one. Sometimes you got helpers and people that are fighting other people, and it was really good. Mortal Kombat 1, the story was really strong, really cool, and boy, Melina and Katana, even though Melina has that little teeth thing going on, her and Katana are really fucking hot. They made them really fucking hot in this. They're all in those sandal-like high heels and shit. And their mother, oh fuck. Woo, holy dog shit. Woo, she was hot. Woo, 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 woo. Sindel, oh boy. Katana, Melina's mom, Queen Sindel, ooh, she's a fox. Even though she's their mom, she's a damn fox, and she can wear some stiletto heels. Holy shit. A lot of these women love, for some weird reason, the women that wear the heels in Mortal Kombat games, they can wear them pretty damn good, and they can fight and run around and jump around pretty damn good in those heels. I don't get it. I'll probably never get it because it's just games, but damn. Or damn. I don't even know how to say that anymore properly, but damn, folks. Yeah, you get thoughts on that. I'm like, oh, you can do a fatality on me any day, girls. Oh, shit. You rip out my organs, just not the main organ. Oh, boy, I don't care if you torture me a lot. Oh, boy. Whew. The women in the Mortal Kombat 1, really hot. Mm-hmm. Yep. It says unfinished, but I should put finished here because I did finish it. So, X-nay that. I did finish Mortal Kombat 1. Thank you. Let me save this. It's having a little problem with the saving here. Got a little bit of a... Oh, it's waiting for my hard drive to boot up. There we go. There you go. Hard drive boot up. I forgot because I got special NOS drives that go to sleep after a little while here. Just like my old hard drives. But yeah, Mortal Kombat 1, definitely a must get if you're a fighting game fan. Mm-hmm. Then I went on to Yakuza Kiwami 2, of course. You beat the first one, gotta play and beat the second one. So I played and beat Yakuza Kiwami 2. Beat that Yakuza game on the ROG Ally. Finished it. Multi-Bente. Going back to the original series. Really fun. Really fun. Then I played a little game called Star Trek Resurgence. It's like a Telltale-like-esque game. It was really good and fun until the very end when it was completely broken. It like got really bad and broken at the end of Star Trek Resurgence. Luckily, I was able to finish it. Even though I had to redo stuff many, many times, like many saves in Star Trek Resurgence in down the game's road, or road the game. I don't even know what I'm saying anymore. But down in the game, far into the game, it got really broken. And the saves weren't working right. The game audio was definitely not working right in the game. Some of those game mechanics were just not working. Whenever you did a fight sequence, when you had to shoot people with your photon lasers or whatever, stuff did not work in Star Trek Resurgence. The story was fun. The story was strong. It just got really bad when the game mechanics and everything else in the game just started to fall apart and break down. And I finished it, but I finished it with a wet fart with Star Trek Resurgence. It started strong, and then it just ended with a wet fart because it was just so broken at the end. And I finished it, and I was like, okay, yeah, we won. But it was just like, if it wasn't so broken at the end of the game, by the end of the game, I would have been like, okay, great game, top 10, But at least I finished it, purchased it, played on the Series X, said I finished it, I did finish it. This next game, even though it isn't broken in any way, shape, or form, but this ain't really a game. It was just more of a technical achievement in the look and the story and just showing off how good a game could look by a company that just spends way too long on making these games and the tech for the games. Senua Saga Hellblade 2. A game that nobody asked for, and they put it out, and people love it to death, and artsy people. I think it's a great art type of game. It's a technical achievement. It even won some awards. It won, at least for the main lady, Sunya, the lady that plays Sunya herself. She won some, I think, voice award or acting award for it or whatever. For her, the likeness, the whole mocap thing and stuff. She won an award for it. It's a beautiful game, folks. It has really shitty puzzles that are easy to, figure out and complete. I figured it, like the first game I couldn't complete after halfway. This game I actually completed and finished it. And it looked and played very good on my PC. I even played a little bit on the ROG Ally. I tried it out a little bit on the ROG Ally to see if it would run. It did run. But I mainly played Senua Hellblade 2 on the PC because I just wanted to see it in all its HD super glory, and played it, beat it, and I said, okay. And that was it. Got my achievements for it, and yeah, I'll never go back to that game. And if they decide to make a Hellblade 3, I'll be like, what the fuck are you guys doing over there, Microsoft? Letting these guys make a Hellblade 3 and not something actually a game new over there. But hey, they got it out. People played it. I don't think anybody's going to really talk about it besides it being a technical powerhouse of achievement and looking super good and everything else. There was just nothing for it. There was no real big gameplay, no real fighting. There was some fighting sequences, but they were very lame and short and stuff, and they could have been a lot better, but because they were showing off a lot of other stuff, and I thought I was going to be able to do a lot of this stuff, but a lot of that stuff was just cutscenes, and it was just like, yeah, it was like watching a movie. It was like watching a movie. But played it, beat it. This other game, played a bunch of it, fell off of it. Really interesting game, just not all for me too much. Humanity originally came out for like the PlayStation, then they brought it out to PC and Xbox and stuff. I played a bunch on the PC and Xbox. Didn't finish it, but it's a fun concept. You're like this ghost dog, and you're trying to take these holy people or whatever they are, this bunch of people that just keeps coming. It's an endless flood of people just going, and you're trying to get them towards the light. You want to try to guide them towards the light. And it's a whole puzzle thing. And you're trying to guide these people towards the light so they can go and be with God or whatever it is. And it's a really interesting concept, a really good game. I just fell off of it after a while, but had my fun, had my fill, and it was on Game Pass. So Humanity, a lot of people said it was a great game, and people enjoyed it. Yeah, what more can I say about that? Then I played some Grand Theft Auto 3 on my Series X because, you know, those games came out before. They remastered those sort of games, and I decided, hey, I want to play some Grand Theft Auto 3. So I played some GTA 3 on my Series X when they remastered that, and had myself some fun because that was one of the first games that came out. I think I played it on the Series X, but it was on Game Pass originally for the remastered version of Grand Theft Auto 3. But I was purchasing the whole trilogy anyways because they were releasing the whole trilogy on for sale again for the remasters, which everybody then found out these were all like the phone game, high-res phone game versions, and a lot of stuff was broken in them, and they had to fix a lot of stuff, and people still hated them for it. I didn't really hate them for it. I think these games run and play pretty damn good. Played and beat Grand Theft Auto 3. You know, I played it, I beat it, whatever it was. I'm currently playing some back and forth playing Grand Theft Auto Vice City. I'm stuck at one point of that game where it really sucks it up, but I'll talk about that later. Yeah, Grand Theft Auto 3 came back on. I'm like, shit. I love my nostalgia. I love playing the old Grand Theft Auto games. You know, you could have a fun time in them. You could go and horse around and do the cheat codes and get all the weapons and rhino tanks and stuff and blow people away. Just good fun. Even if you're playing the story or not. It's just good, dumb fun. Arcade Paradise. Yes, Arcade Paradise Series X. I didn't finish it. Fun game. Fun game to pretend to build your own arcade out of a laundromat that your dad, I think, still owned, but he let you run, but you're slowly trying to, behind his back, turn it into an arcade, even though you're doing the laundry thing, but eventually you want to turn it into a full-blown arcade. Got pretty far into it, dropped off of it because it just, other games are out there. But I played it, I own it. It is a fun experience. I might get back into it once in a while for Arcade Paradise, but it's just a lot of stuff. A lot of micromanaging you got to do in it. If you like to micromanage and jump here to there, do this, that, Arcade Paradise is for you. Definitely. Nickelodeon All-Star Brawl 2. Played that on the Series X because that was a Game Pass game, of course. Gotta mention, Game Pass game. Didn't finish it, but it is a fun little take on how Nickelodeon characters can be like Super Smash Bros. Characters. And basically Nickelodeon and whoever created All-Star Brawl 2 just ripped off everything and anything from, or anything and everything from Super Smash Bros. And made Nickelodeon All-Star Brawl 2. Enough said. Fun. Didn't finish it, but had some fun to play that. Supermarket Simulator. Who would have known running your own virtual supermarket would be super fun? Now, note, I don't know if I have the game saves for this game, so I'm wondering if I'll have to start from scratch on this game if I re-download it to play it again. I purchased it day one when I found out about Supermarket Simulator. I did a lot of videos about Supermarket Simulator. I had a blast playing Supermarket Simulator, and god damn it, if I don't have a save, which I don't think I do, and then I gotta re-put my mods in for Supermarket Simulator, shit, it's gonna be a painful time for me when I gotta restart from the ground up. Well, technically I don't have to. I could just mod up to the point where I was at with Supermarket Simulator. So technically I don't have to start from scratch. So I don't really have to worry. I just got to get the mods in. And then when I get the mods in, I could get unlimited money and power and all the other stuff. And then I can just start from where I left off. I'll still have to build my supermarket and all that and do all the stuff that I got to do for it. But after that, I could just continue on from where I left off in Supermarket Simulator. So not a big deal. Not finished, but the game ain't finished because they're still adding stuff. It's still an early, like, what do they call it? Game preview still on Steam, whatnot. Fun game. There's clones of this game. There's other supermarket simulator type of games. A lot of simulator games, especially on Steam. Simulator games are very big and popular nowadays. And this is one of those major ones that I just fell in love with. And god damn it, I just gotta see it. I gotta see if I saved all the packs and stuff. Hopefully I did. All the game packs and all the mods and stuff, because shit. Gotta get all that downloaded. Gotta go to nexus.com and download all that shit again to get all that in. So much work. That's what happens when you build a new redo your PC from the ground up, from brand new drives, brand new M.2 drives and stuff, and everything you did, you have to re-put in there. It's just, for just one game, you gotta redo everything, put all the mods back in. But hey, it's fun in its own right. So eventually I'll get back into Supermarket Simulator. It's just got to find the time. Then I played Yakuza 3 Remastered. That's the next one of the main, one of those Yakuza games that I was going through one by one, playing one by one more of these Yakuza games. Played on the PC. I should say ROG Ally. I said PC on here, but I truly meant ROG Ally. Played it, beat it. I think Yakuza 3 and 5 or 4 or 5. Yakuza 3 is kind of like, it's okay, but it's got like they went and dumbed it down a bit. It's got a dumbed down, like, we cheapened out on Yakuza 3 kind of thing going on there. The story gets stronger at the end, but mostly in the middle part of it, it seems like it's a cheap knockoff, but it isn't. It's just how they created Yakuza 3. And if you don't have the love for the series like I do, you just got to look past that shit. And Yakuza 3 Remastered, which I think they got it on limited run games. They're selling all these Yakuza, like the packs, collector's edition packs. And Yakuza 3 is the current one that they got for a remaster where you could get the disc-based version for like Xbox and stuff. I was going to get it. I was thinking about getting it, but I'm like, I already own these games 3 times over, and I just don't need to buy them again. Even though they are collector's edition, limited run collector's versions of the games, I'm like, no, Mr. Mike, you can walk away. Walk away from beginning that. You're just spending another, what, $60 or something on these collector's editions of Yakuza's games. You don't need that. You don't need that. Don't need it. So I had to push myself away from doing it. But I beat Yakuza 3 Remastered. Had fun with it. Did my thing. There you go. Dark Knights with Poe and Monroe. It's one of those FMV games. Really fun. Full motion video. Monroe, she's a fox. She's very hot in the game. I like her. She's also in another game which I might be purchasing. I have it on my wish list on I think my Xbox wish list. It's like another one of the Dark Knights with Poe and Monroe, but it's a different like game, and she's in it. So is Poe, I guess, as well. It's like a different take on everything. So if you ever played like the Late Shift and stuff, these British people, these British companies like to put out these FMV games because they like to make these movies where you can interact with them, basically. And Dark Knights with Poe and Monroe is just like that. Purchased it, played it on my Xbox Series X when I saw other people playing it. Had a ball, had fun playing it. I even streamed it, right? Or I made videos. I either made videos or streamed it. Had a bunch of fun with it. And finished it, beat it. Got some good endings, interesting endings and stuff in it. Had my fun with it. It was a great FMV game, really cheap. Definitely got to get them when they're cheap. And like I said, Monroe, she's pretty hot for some British lady, British actress. Gotta say. Contrast. Yes, Contrast. What do I remember of Contrast? I finished it. Says I finished Contrast. Don't really remember too much about Contrast, to tell you the truth, except the fact that it says I played on the Series X and that I beat it. But I don't remember much about it. I should look this up. Contrast game. Let me see if I oh, yeah, that. With the woman. The light woman, where she walks in the light and stuff. So Contrast is basically one of these dark okay, here we go. Experience the surreal 1920s themed production filmed with danger, deception, and drama. A little girl, her imaginary friend, the power to become your shadow, to shift between a 3D world and a 2D backdrop. It's basically a puzzle game. Player must solve puzzles that require movement between the physical world and the represented as a 3D, 2D backdrop, where the contrast, the lady would go, you got to put her in the light. When she goes in the light, you can go from that. I think you hit Y or something, and then you go behind the scenes and you're in the shadows. You're a shadow on the wall, and then you use the other shadows and you can move stuff around, and you can get to different areas and places and do different things between the shadow world and stuff, and you can only do stuff in the shadow. It's really unique and fun. Now I remember what it is. At first I'm like, contrast. Oh yeah. And it's really a dark adventure. It's a really dark puzzle story. There's a dark story behind it. And I got to tell you, that little girl's mom is a slut. Hot slut. Just got to say, she was a hot slut. She's been messing around with people, the wrong people. A lot of kids out of wedlock kind of shit going on. And it's not for kids. It's more adulty. And this game came out originally on the 360, but then they remastered it for the Series X. And I played it. I beat it. Had my fun with it. I was like, okay, contrast. Yeah, now that I remember. Really interesting puzzle, dark puzzle game. Sometimes you got to unlock your brain by looking up on the web and what it is. So number 44 on my list here says Grand Theft Auto Vice City was the next game I was playing or still playing. These are not in order technically. They're semi in order because when I started playing each of these games, I wrote it down on my list. But technically, I probably played these in different orders, and sometimes I'm still playing some of these games. So Grand Theft Auto Vice City, they came out with the Grand Theft Auto collection on the Series X. I've been playing a bunch of it. Didn't finish it yet. I'm stuck at the one part where you're in the gun range and you gotta recruit the guy from the gun range. You gotta get like the super high, perfect, almost near perfect score. Excuse me, I gotta take a drink here. My throat was a little hurting with all this talking I've been doing in this podcast. Excuse me. So I'm stuck at the gun range part mission. And I haven't advanced past there because doing the analog stick thing, trying to shoot, it was bad on the PlayStation. It's really bad when you're trying to play it on this version on the Xbox, and I really suck at it. But eventually I'll try to beat it. I'll try to beat the score and get it, even if I have to figure another way out or if I get somebody to come over here and they beat it for me. That'd be pretty funny. But still, Grand Theft Auto Vice City, fun game. Definitely recommending. Then we got Yakuza 4. Played it, beat it. What more can I say? More Yakuza, more Kiryu. Played on my ROG Ally. Been playing outside on my porch deck and stuff, and I finished it. Oh, it says, no, wait, never. X-nay that, unfinished. Oh, I didn't finish it yet. Sorry. I'm still playing it. It's still on my ROG Ally. I forgot I didn't finish it. Pretty far into it, though, but still a lot more to go. Kind of got, I shouldn't say burned out of these Yakuza games, but I got kind of burned out of the earlier Yakuza. Oh, wait, no, I did finish it. What am I talking about? Because I'm on 5 right now. Okay, never mind. I just never updated it. So technically, I finished it. Even though it says I didn't finish it, but I did finish it because I'm looking at it here. Because I'm looking at this, and I got Yakuza 5 on the list here, and I'm like, okay, then I must have finished it because I would have never started Yakuza 5 if I didn't beat Yakuza 4. So yes, I did finish Yakuza 4. I think I said I didn't finish it because I wanted to do more side stuff, side quests and stuff to it and stuff, but I just never did because there's a lot of it. So I just went on from there. So yeah, Yakuza 4 I beat. Played a bunch of it. Interesting. This next game, Initial 2, New Stage, was a game that I just completely just bought because it was dirt cheap. Came in a bundle pack on Xbox on a sale. Knew nothing about it except there was some slutty looking Japanese women with swords and shit. Played it. It's an RPG. A really shitty RPG. A really bare RPG. Sure, the ladies are pretty hot. Stupid. A lot of chauvinist things going on in the game. A lot of other shit. The music is really good in the game. The game itself looks like a PS2 game mixed with better graphics of the ladies and stuff, but really did not understand anything that went on in the game. I knew they were like in the school, military school thing going on, and then these other people are trying to take over or whatnot and destroy them, and then they destroy the other people, and then there's this main guy that's really pissed off because he's like the big baddie, and then you destroy him, and then you beat it, and then nothing else happens in Initial 2, New Stage, and then it's just like, okay, but I played through that. I streamed that game. You can look it up in my game streams. I played it. I streamed it. I beat it. It has no real ending to it. Just a bunch of ladies with big boobs going beep, 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 fight, fight, shoot, shoot, fight, fight. But hey, it was dirt cheap and I wanted to try it out. And sometimes you just want to try out certain games when you see them. even sexy anime lady games. Fallout 4, started to play that again on the PC this time. PC and ROG Ally, finished that game up. Technically, finished it up. Had some more Fallout 4 fun. Wanted to get back into that because God knows when we'll ever get a new Fallout game. Who knows when this next Elder Scrolls game comes out, but then after that, Todd Howard says that we'll start on Fallout 5, which I'm like, yeah, are you going to even be around for Fallout 5? Will I be around for Fallout 5? Ho, 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 ho. Oh, boy. And then, yeah, another reason why I wanted to play Fallout 4, just like everybody else, because the Fallout TV series came out on Amazon Prime, and that Fallout series is really, really good, really amazing. I love it. So I had to play more Fallout, and Fallout 4 was my thing. A lot of people were playing New Vegas. I was playing Fallout 4. Go figure. That's how I roll. Really fun. Really fun to go back in the wasteland and blow meta-humans up and stuff like that and see the whole world all crumbled down. Someday our world will be like that, and then I wonder if we'll have the same wasteland like in the game. Yeah. Then I tried out Day of the Tentacle. You know, another one of those click based games. Tried it out on the Series X. It's in Game Pass. Didn't finish it. Got far into it. Just story, the jokes. None of that really got me too good, and I just got really bored of it, and I just went, eh. So I stopped playing it. So, yeah, there you go, folks. Trying to get into one of those other old games, and I just didn't grab me. Didn't grab me at all. Day of the Tentacle, unfinished, played on the Series X, Game Pass game. This next game, I will be trying to play some of this on my holiday break, which, first off, that would mean Christmas break. You guys will be listening to this after the Christmas break, so I should have played a bunch of it by then. This and a couple other games that I want to play, but Star Wars Outlaws. Very highly over-missed by lots of people. I guess people are just, like, nobody knows. I think everybody thinks are sick of Star Wars games, or they're sick of Ubisoft games, or a combination, or whatnot. But Star Wars Outlaws with Kay Vess and, what's his name? I'm trying to think of his name, folks. I know Kay Vess because she's hot. Everybody thinks her face looks weird, but I'm like, her face looks sexy hot to me. I don't know what you guys are all talking about. So Kay Vess and Nyx. Yeah, Nyx, her pet. Her cute little weird animal pet. Outlaws in the Star Wars universe. That game it's really fun. At first I was having a lot of trouble because I couldn't do the stealthing. Then I guess they fixed the stealthing. Made less of it or whatever they did. But I figured out the stealthing after a while because I'm like, oh, even though you can't do a lot of even though this is made by the Assassin's Creed people over at Ubisoft, they didn't make it so she can climb. So she sucks at climbing. Kay Vess can't climb. Nope. Not little hills or mountains. Not really good. But she can do the Assassin's Creed thing of going into the shadows, like the tall grass, into a smoky area or something, or in one of those steam areas. And she can grab stormtroopers. I said star troopers, sorry. Stormtroopers, knock them over the heads, knock them out, you can pick up their bodies, drag them into the, wherever, and you can keep doing that. You can keep piling up bodies in the steam vents or whatever, and you can keep whistling because she does a whistle like a, I can't do it here, but something like that, and they'll go, whoa, and then the stormtroopers or whatever bad guys will come up to see what's going on, and then you just bam, grab them, beat them up, take them away, and it's pretty good. And when you empty out an area, it's like, well, there's nobody here to capture me or call for help or backup, and then you could just go and finish your missions and stuff, and then you go back and you just see a big pile of bodies that you just created. That's fun to me. That's fun. It takes a longer to play than just trying to sneak through things, but you got a speeder bike you could go around areas for. I'm currently on the second planet now, Tatooine. I got to start doing more stuff over there. I got to start playing the game more. I will get back into it to play it. It's one of those games that it's just, I played, then I stopped because other games have come out, but I'm going to go back into and play again. And it's unfinished right now. I'm playing on my Series X. I wish Ubisoft would get off their high horse like all these other companies. I wish they would have sold this on Xbox PC for PC, Xbox for PC, or PC Xbox, whatever you want to call it, because I would have definitely bought it and played it on the PC, but only if I could get achievements for it on the PC. But as of right now, I couldn't. So, yeah. Playing on an Xbox, though, it looks great, plays great, fun game. Just got to get back into it, like a lot of other people have been saying. Got to get back into the Star Wars Outlaws. And I hope more people want to try it out, because I think people should give Star Wars Outlaws a try, because it is a really interesting, fun game and a good story, too. And like I said, K-Vest, she's pretty hot. She's got a cute little pet called Nyx. Yeah. Yes, me and anime. I do like my anime stuff. Mm-hmm. Then there's this little game that's been out for generations and generations, and I never beat it because I tried to beat it like 2-3 times before, and then I just never did. First 2 times I lost my game saves, or they got corrupted on my Xbox 360 console for my game saves. And then when I've tried playing on the series or on the Xbox One, I just eventually just floated off because I just got sick of playing it for a while. And then I went back to it because it's on PC, and I could play it on my Xbox or my PC Game Pass for it, called Skyrim. Playing on a PC, and I played it. I did a little modding, not much, just a little bit, and I finished it. I finally finished an Elder Scrolls game. Yeah, did you hear me? I finished an Elder Scrolls game. Yeah, I finished Skyrim. Never thought I would, never thought I did. I finished it, completed it, got the ending, and the ending was pretty bare bones, should I say? But I beat it, played it, beat it. What more can I say? Skyrim, very fun, very big RPG, lots of shit going on in that game, and can't wait to play Avowed from the other guys, because Avowed looks really cool. Looks like Skyrim, but on a more chirpier, happier note. Mm-hmm. Very interested in the Avowed. But Skyrim, finally beat it. I can finally say I beat Skyrim. So I beat all these Fallout games, but I never beat an Elder Scrolls game. Like I never beat Elder Scrolls 3 or whatever. And I played so much Skyrim. I'm like, I should have beat this by now, but now I did. Now I could say I beat Skyrim. I even did that as videos. So you could look back and watch me play a lot of Skyrim on my OldFreakyGamer channel on YouTube or OldFreakyGamer.com. Yep. Borderlands 3, didn't finish it, but I just wanted to go back to it because wanted to try to play more Borderlands 3 on my Series X. Went back into it a little bit to have some Borderlands fun, and sure enough, had some Borderlands fun with Borderlands 3. Now, I didn't stick with it. I just wanted to try to play it a little bit because they're coming out with Borderlands 4, and I said to myself, why don't I just go back into the Borderlands 3 and play some more of that, and then I'll just jump out of it. I did. Got my fill, and I jumped out of it again. But Borderlands 3, I know a lot of people don't like it because of its writing and all that, but damn, for me, it's a damn good game to me. As my throat continues to get worse. Call of Duty 3, tried that, jumped out of that. Call of Duty 3, Xbox Series X, unfinished because, boy, Call of Duty 3, I think it was Call of Duty. Was it Call of Duty 3 or Call of Duty? Yeah, Call of Duty 3 Modern Warfare. I should put on there. I put Call of Duty 3. I should put Modern Warfare. Modern Warfare. Or was it Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3? It was Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3. That's what I should be putting down here. I don't know how I got that all mixed up there. There we go. I was playing Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 because after Activision Blizzard got bought, after Microsoft's like, well, we're coming out with the new Call of Duties. Let's put some of these older Call of Duties on Game Pass. And so I tried it out, and it really sucked. And I played the beginning of it. I'm like, oh, Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 really sucks. I'm not going to play any more of this. And I just deleted it off my Series X, and it's not finished. But you know what? I did finish this next game, which I'm very embarrassed to say because shamelessly I just wanted it for the extra like achievement Microsoft reward points stuff. Because if you play Game Pass games for Microsoft rewards points, you unlock more stuff. So you unlock more points and bonus stuff and stuff. So shamelessly, I have to admit that I played this game called Bluey, the video game. And I finished it on the Xbox Series X. Not that I really wanted to play the game. It's just because the game was a Game Pass game and it was really easy to play and beat and get achievements and earn special Microsoft reward points for playing this piece of crap game that kids like to play, I guess. And I did it, and yeah, I can say I finished it, and I don't give a shit. No more about the Bluey. I'm not a Bluey guy. I just did it shamelessly because of points and achievements. I do a lot of shit for a lot of shit. This next game, a lot of people will like it. I did not like it, but I get the concept and I get why people like it. It's called You Suck at Parking. This is the complete edition. It was on Game Pass on my Series X. It's unfinished because I just was really not good at it. I just really didn't nail down the mechanics of the driving and the stopping and stuff. I'm just not really good at that shit. And I just passed on it, and at least I tried it. Got to try it and play it. Got to have some little fun out of it, but just never was meant to be. Same with this next game. And I really got into this next game. And then eventually it just got so difficult that I'm just like, what do I do? How do I beat this? Where do I go from here? And then it seemed like some of the game was just broken or not working right or whatever. And that was seafood. And a lot of people talked about seafood. A lot of people like seafood. I kind of like seafood. Up to a point. I just never got past that point. I played on the Series X. I played on my PC. I played a bunch of it. I just got up to a point and I just said, nah, no more. I'm done. I'm finished. Sorry, this game is beyond me. So there you have it, folks. I played some seafood. I just never beat it. But at least I tried it. It was fun, like I said, up to a point. I just never got past a certain point, and it just got so damn difficult for me that sometimes when it gets too difficult for me, I just have to drop it. Pass. At least I tried. I'm sure they'll make a Sifu 2 eventually after their soccer game, because I heard that the people that made Sifu are making a soccer game now. And then after that, maybe they'll make a Sifu 2 or something. I'll try that out. I don't know. Or something different. I don't know. But it was interesting. I just didn't finish it. The next game I did finish. I don't know why I didn't put finish on here. See, a lot of these I just did not update. I got to update this thing. So this next game I did finish, unlike my list here. The Expanse, a Telltale Series Deluxe Edition. I heard about this game. I heard about this Expanse thing, and I found out it was a TV show, which I never knew. For some reason, I never knew it was a TV show. But I heard about this game. It was on sale. It was on a Game Pass, or not a Game Pass sale, but an Xbox sale. And I said to myself, well, how did I purchase this expanse? It was made by the Telltale people. Of course, that's why I bought it. That's why I bought this game, because I heard it's really good. I heard it's made by the Telltale people, because it says a Telltale series. This was the deluxe edition. I played The Expanse. You guys saw me play The Expanse as well, because I did a whole video series of that as well. Played through the whole game. It was great. Now, that bonus content was kind of lame and boring and shit, but the whole game itself, The Expanse, that was a really good game. I got really into the characters and really into the game. So much so, I had to buy the Blu-ray collection, the series, which was on Blu-ray. So I bought The Expanse, the series, and guess what, people? I watched the whole damn thing, and I liked it. It was a damn great series. Holy shit. I wish they would continue to make more. It ends at a certain point. They do end a lot of the plot, a lot of the plot. There's still some open plot points. I found out why one of the characters died, which they had to have him die because I guess he was doing some naughtiness in the back. And he was a kind of an asshole in behind the scenes in the movie or the show. So they let him go, so they killed off his character. And that's it. So I learned a lot about The Expanse, and I learned that that's a pretty damn good show, and that was a pretty damn good game. And I finished it, folks. Yes, I finished The Expanse. And it was a great, damn good Telltale game by the Telltale people, which I wish Star Wars Resurgence was like The Expanse, because in The Expanse they didn't try to fuck you over in the shooty stuff, They let you progress much easier in that game. And it was more about me playing it for the story than to do all the stupid shit. And it was fun. I enjoyed it. I highly recommend pick up The Expanse, even if you don't know anything about it. Play the Telltale game. Then you might want to watch the series. You might want to watch the show. Just saying. Now we can go on to Yakuza 5, which I'm playing on the ROG Ally, which I kind of got myself burned out of a little bit right now. So I haven't finished it. It's unfinished, but I'll come back to it to play some more of it again, maybe in the summertime. It ain't going to be anytime soon, because coming out soon in February, we got a new Yakuza game, or Like a Dragon, Pirate Yakuza, blah, 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 whatever they call it. It's a Yakuza Pirate Yakuza game. Let me just do this first. Starting up to warm up my car because my ex is coming back from work and I got to move my car. So I got to start my vehicle and she'll call me on the phone and then I'll just pause this recording and I'll continue right after. But yeah, back to this. So there's a new Like a Dragon game, Yakuza Like a Dragon game coming out. Pirate Yakuza, it's starring Majima. He's get to be a main pirate. So I'll be playing that instead. And then eventually, like in the spring or summer, when I could go back outside, I'll play Yakuza 5. I'll save that as my outdoor play on the porch deck kind of game for Yakuza 5. But I got far into it. I just burned out of it because I've been playing a lot of Yakuza games. If you didn't know, I was playing a lot of Like a Dragon and Yakuza games. Like a Dragon, Infinite Wealth, all that other stuff. Was that on there? Did I mention that? I did mention that, right? Yeah, I did. I just passed through it. I went fast through that one. But yeah. So I didn't finish Yakuza 5, but I played it on the ROG Ally. Plays great. Just burned out of it. This other game I got to finish. It's called Call of Duty Black Ops 6. I'm just playing for the story, not the online. I have it on my ROG Ally. It plays great on the ROG Ally, folks. I do like the campaign. I just dropped out of it because there was other games I was playing. And during Christmas time, I will hopefully play more of it and hopefully beat the story, beat the campaign. And then I'll be good with Call of Duty Black Ops 6. It'll be like the first Call of Duty that I'll beat since Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2. yeah, because then I stopped playing Call of Duty games for a while. But Black Ops 6 is really fun. It's got a really good, strong story campaign to it, and then I just gotta get back into it and play some more of it. Yeah, but it's unfinished right now. But I do plan on continuing on and playing and beating Call of Duty Black Ops 6. So, yeah, we'll see during the holiday Christmas season. These next two games, same category, same name in general, except one's a 13 and one's a 15, 14, 15. Wait. Oh my God. I keep forgetting what this is. Well, what is this? Hold on. Hold on. 15. Okay. Had to go to the good old Google again. So 13 and 15. One I'm playing on the PC and doing my Friday night streams with, and that is Final Fantasy 13, which I'm playing on PC, which you guys are hopefully enjoying. I know I'm enjoying playing it. I haven't played that game since the 360 when it first came out in 2009. Long time ago. I thought it was originally like 2007, but then it said 2009. Wanted to get back, play that because it's on the PC. Enjoying it. It is very long. It is very linear, but I'm enjoying it. It's getting pretty brutal in fighting sometimes, and I'm trying to learn techniques that earlier days I would have not learned, but now I'm learning. So I'm learning how to play that. Final Fantasy 15, I just tried out a little bit, played a little chunk of it. Originally, I bought it. Then I returned it because it wasn't working on my PC. Then I figured out how to get it to work properly on my PC. It works great on my ROG Ally as well. But I haven't played any more of it because I want to beat 13 at first. Whenever I do that. Then I got to play the other 13 games. I got the other Final Fantasy 13 expansion games as well. But Final Fantasy 15, that's the one with the car. I just played, like I said, a little chunk of it. It's unfinished. Same with 13. That's unfinished. But we got plenty of content to play of that. So those two games I've been starting to play. So we can go on from there. Okay, I'm back. You did not notice a thing, but where did I leave off? I left off the Final Fantasies. So like I said, didn't finish either Final Fantasy yet. I am continuing to play Final Fantasy 13. I am not playing Final Fantasy 15 yet, but I just wanted to try it out to see if I got it to work because I rebought it on my ROG Ally and on my PC, and it does. So I will eventually play that one because I'm very interested in that. As I'm fixing my Santa hat here. But yeah, Final Fantasy. Trying to get into the Final Fantasy type of the holidays. as one would say, the Final Fantasy holidays. Hopefully Square decides to finally bring Final Fantasy to the Xbox or Xbox PC or something like that. Yeah, I know they're bringing the rebirth to Steam and stuff like that, but I really would like to play it on like the Xbox PC side. Like I said, achievements. If you guys want me to buy it and you want me to play it, you got to get me on what I play it on. Xbox and PC Xbox. I don't know. And it's got to be also Microsoft's not doing very hot with that. We already talked about how they're missing the mark a lot right now, and they're just going to be maybe turning into all publisher part of the company. I don't know. Next game on my list, which let's see here. How many games do I got left? Is that it? Oh, yeah, there's only a few left here, folks, on the list of the games that I've been playing throughout the year. Tetris Forever. Very good docu-Tetris series of Tetris games and a docu-series to boot, a video docu-series. I played a chunk of it. I played a lot of Tetris. I got to continue on to watch more of the Tetris docu-series, of course, to play a bunch of that. Got it for the Xbox Series X. Of course, I didn't finish it because there's a damn lot of it to go through and a lot of the documentary to watch and stuff. So, but hey, if you like a history of games and one of those biggest games in history is Tetris, some may call it the perfect game. Made by a guy named Pujanowski or Alex Pujazow. I can't even say his name. I'm not going to say his Russian name, but you know, he made it, the guy in Russia, and it became a super phenomenon all around the world. Oh yeah, Tetris. It's fun. It's here. I like it. Dead Rising Deluxe Remaster. Yes. Played it. Actually finished it. Yes. In a way, there's many endings. There's many different endings. I didn't complete every little single part of it, but I played a bunch of it. I played through the story on my streams and stuff, and I played a bunch of Dead Rising Deluxe Remastered because, you know, they remastered the first Dead Rising game. I don't think I ever played through the first Dead Rising game. I don't think I ever beat the first Dead Rising game in any way, shape, or form. I beat the third one many times over. I beat those little Dead Rising snippet games that they had. I beat the fourth Dead Rising game, even though it was pretty bad, pretty boring and bad. I never beat Dead Rising 2 off the record or any of that stuff. But Dead Rising, a lot of it, they fixed a lot of stuff in it. The controls, the artwork, the way that the enemies moved made some things a little bit easier for me this time around to play. A lot of stuff that I originally was having a hard time to do and made it better. They still had the zombies be really shitty, slutty zombies, though, where they keep grabbing at your dick very easily and just grabbing you by the dick and just eating you very quickly. I didn't like that. I wish they would have made them a little less sticky to you, because they would grab me so easily in this game, and it was just like, oh, come on, zombie, come on. I thought I'd be getting away from you, but no. They get you. They can get you, those zombies, and that was a little annoying in Dead Rising Deluxe Remastered. But even though you're playing Frank and he has a new voice actor and all that, it still felt like Frank. Sounded good enough to me as Frank, and all the other characters in the game were just fine enough, and played through it, had my fun, and I finished it. If I ever want to go back, you could play it many times over, do other case files and everything else. You could beat the game any way you like. Good endings, bad endings. I didn't get all the way through all the case files, so, you know, but hey, I could go back anytime, play more of it anytime, get into it any time. It's just, will I have time to play more of it? We'll see. And people are wondering, is this a test to see if we want more Dead Rising? Well, maybe. As long as we get more of like the third Dead Rising 3 kind of stuff, I would like to play more Dead Rising. I don't know if I would like more of this kind of stuff where you're against the clock, and I don't like hesitation. This didn't feel as hesitating as it did originally on the 360. That seemed like more hesitation back on the 360 with the clock ticking down. This seemed a little bit more relaxed, especially when they got save points and stuff. A lot of save points and stuff in this game now, to fix it up a bit. So it made it a bit less pressure on me playing it, because I don't like playing games when they put a lot of pressure on you. I don't know why. I just like to play the games, beat the stories, have the fun. You don't have to put that pressure on me. Or I should be able to choose if I want the pressure or not. Just like in Dead Rising 3. And a lot of people said, oh, we don't like it because it didn't have the countdown clock. Even though it did, you just had to activate it or play it in a different mode. But I liked it that way. I think Dead Rising 3 was the perfect Dead Rising. At least to me. I played the shit out of that thing when it came out on the Xbox One as a launch title. But played it, beat it. So you could add that to my list of games that I beat for the first time, Dead Rising in the Deluxe Remaster. Then this game got really deep discounted on Amazon one day on a sale, early Super Black Friday sale or whatever you want to consider it. Tekken 8. When they announced it and it came out, I was like, oh yeah, I'll buy it sometime, maybe next year or something like that. And then I was just scrolling around like I always do on Amazon or whatnot, and then Tekken 8 popped up because I guess I was buying another video game or looking at other video games, and Tekken 8 popped up and it says it's only $20. I'm like, fuck, that game just came out not too long ago. It came out like a couple months ago or whatever. When did Tekken 8 come out? September? Not October. Or did it come out October? Let me look at the internet because we might as well learn some stuff while we're here. Tekken 8 release date. It came out, January. Oh, okay, January 26, 2024. So it came out almost 1 year ago today. Almost 1 year ago. If we get into January 26, of course. Oh, correct. Okay. So it came out a while ago. I thought it came out later than that. Okay. I did not know that. Anyways, yeah, that's why they were able to put it at $20. But yeah, Tekken 8, people were loving it. People were going crazy over it, and damn. I said, "Hey, $20 for Tekken 8? Okay, that seems like a good deal to me." So I bought a physical copy of it because that's what they were selling. Got it, put it in, been playing it ever since. I'll jump in once in a while. You know, I got it on my Xbox right now. Sometimes I'll jump in and I'll just do some fighting and I'll just do some story and stuff. Sometimes I'll just do some plain old fighting and have some fun with crazy Tekken characters and stuff like that, and Akuma and such, and the panda and the women, having some Tekken fun. Not finished with it, of course, not by a long shot, but having some Tekken fun. Tekken 8 fun. Like I said, I've been playing all the fighting games since Street Fighter to this to Mortal Kombat. Man, I've been getting into all this stuff. Now I just got to get back into this Virtua Fighter because they announced the new Virtua Fighter game that they're slowly making. Then they got the other Virtua Fighter game that they remastered or whatever it was. I don't know. I don't know how these Japanese people do that weird numbering and game stuff in the series, but shit. You know, Tekken 8, Virtua Fighter. I like my fighting games. You know, I don't complete them like everybody else does. I don't go online and play against other people all the time like other people do. I just like to play the stories, the campaigns, whatever. I like to just do the fighting with all the characters a couple times. You know, jump in, jump out. You know, that's what I like. That's what I like. I like a good time. Sometimes somebody will come to my house. I'll be like, hey, you want to play some Street Fighter or Tekken or Mortal Kombat? Here we go. I'll whoop your butt. Okay. Tekken 8, fun. And if you could get it for a sale like I did for $20, damn well get it. Go get it. This next game, I don't have to go get because I own it. And it's free on Game Pass. It came out. I got it day one. Played a chunk of it. This is another game I got to continue to play during my holiday break, hopefully. Indiana Jones and the Great Circle, folks. Played it first on the PC to try it out. Then I put on my ROG Ally. It works damn great on my ROG Ally, and it seems like a very interesting game. Even though it's more like a puzzle walk-around game, sometimes you'll get to beat up and knock out or kill some fascists or maybe a Nazi eventually. I guess there's Nazis eventually. I'm still in the Vatican where I left off in the game, but I'm sure I'm going to be going farther than that eventually, but pretty good. It's a pretty good, solid game. Runs great. Looks great on the ROG Ally, I tell you. For a game that you would think you would need a lot of graphics, because I played it on the PC, and the graphics just shine on the PC. I mean, the game is beautiful on the PC. I got the ray tracing and everything else. Holy cow, it looks like the movie, but if you put it on the ROG Ally, it looks just as damn good. Even though half that shit's probably turned off, it still looks and plays really good on the ROG Ally. And I'm like, another reason to play games on that damn ROG Ally, because shit, they look good and they play good. So I just gotta continue on, play more of it. Indiana Jones and the Great Circle, one of those surprise hits from Machine Games that people thought wasn't gonna be a hit. People thought it was gonna be a failure, like a lot of other disappointments throughout the Microsoft first party outings. But hey, maybe those tides are turning around. And the non-Harrison Ford, Troy Baker, he does the voice of Indy in this. Sounds very good. Sounds just like Harrison Ford. Even Harrison Ford said he sounds like Harrison Ford. And they got the likeness of Harrison Ford really good from back in the day on this. Looks really good as the character. Definitely check it out, especially if you have Game Pass Ultimate, folks. Indiana Jones: The Great Circle is pretty good. If you want a new Indiana Jones like movie that you could play through, this might be that. Just might be that. Then I went on and played a little bit of Crash Team Racing Nitro Field, because that came on Game Pass not too long ago on the Series X. Didn't finish it because it got really stupid after a while. I thought it was just going to be a lot of like Mario Kart type of things going on in Crash Team Racing Nitro Refueled, but no, they had to add all these go collectible things. You got to collect this or you can't win the race, or you got to go find this and collect that. And I just really got annoyed with that, and I said to myself, Mr. Mike, I don't want to collect anything in a racing game. I just want to race. I just want to race. Why can't I just race, people? So played a bunch of it, liked it, up to the point where they start making you collect stuff. And I know that's a part of Crash's thing where they collect stuff, but I think it was way overdone, and I just fell off of it. And I don't recommend Crash Team Racing Nitro Fueled, folks. Not unless if you like collecting things and racing. I just like to race. I don't want to collect things. They should have just kept it as a racer. That's me. That's my story. That's my story, folks. And you know what? The final game on this list is a story. It is a story because it's called Game Dev Story. Now, I don't know if you might have heard about this. This is a little game that came out way a long time ago on not a gaming console, not on a PC, but on a phone. Yes, this was a Android phone game. This was originally a phone game, folks. Yes, Game Dev Story was originally a phone game. Yes, I used to play games on phone. Before I got an anti-phone game. And it was a good game. I got into it really deep before, and then I found out they were porting a lot of these games onto Xbox and Xbox PC and stuff like that. And I'm like, let's see how much they are. And they're like $12 a piece, so a little bit more expensive, but you got to pay the Xbox tax and stuff like that, I'm sure. So I got Game Dev Story. They got other ones as well, but I got Game Dev Story first because I just wanted to play the original thing that I liked. And then I might try out the other ones. And it plays just like how I remembered it back when I played it on the phone. And I'm playing on my ROG Ally, and I'm playing on my PC now, which I think, I think I might have done a video that might have gone up. Don't quote me on this because I'm doing this podcast before I'm doing the video. So it might be going up. It might not be going up. I might be doing one. I might not be doing one. But I might be playing Game Dev Story on a Let's Play, showing it off, playing it. It's basically an RPG type of thing, or a simulation RPG, a very rough simulation RPG kind of thing, where you're running your own game development studio and you're making games and you're hiring people and you're trying to keep budgets and you're trying to make tons of sales and people get your studio and games popular and you're trying to win awards and you're trying to get big in the industry and stuff like that. And it is a story. It's a story. Playing game dev story would probably get you to get a lot of people out there to maybe understand the whole developer business and making games for consoles and systems and platforms and stuff, and see, oh, there's more to this than just that and that. And you gotta make decisions with your team and stuff. Oh, what do you want to program? Will you let them try new stuff? Will you upgrade certain people? Will you fire people? It's a whole business behind this thing, and it's a pretty interesting game. It's a little game that they created, and they made a million. Like I said, they made a bunch of these, probably because they were so easy to make for Android, and now they ported it to the Xbox and PC and stuff. So I'm like, hell yeah, I'll get it. I get achievements in this too. Eventually, I got one achievement, but I could get achievements for other stuff. So it was definitely buy for me for $12. Game dev story, plus they got other ones. So yeah, really good game. Highly recommend it. Like I said, if I have the video up by the time this podcast / video goes up, check it out. Highly recommend Game Dev Story, which you can also probably just get on your phone as well too. But if you want to get on PC, got a keyboard, stuff like that. You can write the name, create your own names for your games and stuff. Create your own game studio name and stuff like that. It's pretty cool. Definitely pretty cool. So that was my final game on this list. It says 66, so 66 games I have played in this past year, even though Microsoft says I played a bit more. It said I played 99 games in 2024, but I'm going to tell you one thing. Microsoft doesn't count on the fact that I played games that I didn't play games. Oh, you know what? Actually, I screwed up too, because I didn't put a game on here that I should have put on here, and I should have put this on here before Game Dev Story, but I didn't do that. So there was one more game. So there is a 67th game, because I just thought of it now. Hold on. Simulator 2024. Whoops, 2020. Why did I put 2020? 2024, unfinished. And I'll say Xbox. Or I should say it's just Series X. Series X, I'm playing this on. Unfinished. There we go. So I have a 67th game, folks. My brain failed to see it, but I just noticed it now. Okay, so out of the 99 that Microsoft says I played, but I'm telling you, a bunch of those I just installed and never played, and then I just deleted, and I'm sure they counted those, or some of those games I tried to get into, and then they just were really bad off the start. I just stopped playing them all together. So Microsoft's tally is not my official tally. My official tally is 67 games, because the 67th game here on my list is Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024, which I was going to do a first gameplay of, or I was going to do a Let's Play. I just never got into it. I just never did that yet. But I've been playing a little bit on and off on the console version, on my Series X, playing Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024, just to fuck around with it, just to mess around with it. And it's been fun. It's been really fun. And, even though I'm not super well into all the where to do with the controls and whatnot and blah, 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 if I could get the planes and the helicopters in there and I could just fly them, I do that. It's not that I am very serious on what I do, but I like flying over places like my hometown. Like I flew over my house. I'm like, oh, there's my house. That's my house. I'm flying over my house and stuff. And I'm like, okay, they're doing a pretty good job. Hold on one second. Okay, I'm back. Sorry, my nose was going crazy. Of course, during the holidays, during when I'm doing podcasts, my nose had to go crapey crappy throughout the holidays. Of course, the winter, the dryness in this house, probably getting a little sick. Of course. Anyway, what was I talking about? I was talking about, oh yeah, Microsoft Flight Simulator is pretty cool, up to a point. I'm not into the most technical stuff of it, but if I can just fly over my house and stuff and have fun, and I went over to like, cause I live in Buffalo, New York, and I haven't seen the Niagara Falls in a long time. You go over to see Niagara Falls, it looks all fucking jank because the way that they scan, because it's basically because of the satellites that scans the Earth and stuff, and the way that they have Niagara Falls scanned, it looks all janky and stuff. But it does a job. It just looks all weird, and there's a lot of places I didn't know where things were, and I'm like looking for them in my own state. I'm like, oh, there's that. There's the Peace Bridge. There's Niagara Falls. What's down that way more, and it was pretty interesting flying around there. And then I flew around Hawaii and stuff because I'm like, oh, I never will go to Hawaii. I don't think so in my whole lifetime. But hey, I want to see where Pearl Harbor is and some stuff. And I got to see that stuff. And I'm like, okay, Hawaii's a lot bigger than I thought for an island. That's a pretty big island. It doesn't look that big on the map, but it's pretty damn big. Cause I'm flying around, I'm like, holy shit, this looks bigger, and there's a lot more shit here than I thought. And it's a lot more developed than I thought. I thought it'd be more lower end hotels and stuff, and more huts and small places. But they built up a big portion of Hawaii is like a little city. I can understand why a lot of the Hawaiians are not too happy with the development of Hawaii in general. I can understand that, guys. But yeah, Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024, really good. 67th game, folks, out of the 99 that Microsoft said. So that was my games of the year list. We'll quickly go through my year in review here from Microsoft, what they did here, and then we'll get into the other stuff very quickly. I don't want this podcast to go on forever. It's already going on way long enough. But what Microsoft says, which I agree with, my year in review, my main game, my number one game of 2024, which I fully agree on, Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth is my main game of 2024. I played so many hours of this game. I played so many hours of this game, so many achievements out of it. I had so much fun with this, the whole thing with Kiryu and Ichiban and everybody in it. The new characters, the original characters. It was such a great experience, a great story. I played so much of that game. And we'll probably get back into it a little bit as it'll probably show me. But it tells me my 2024, excuse me here, my 2024 highlights, my total game time, play time, according to Microsoft, at least for anything that Microsoft games can record, so Xbox PC, Xbox, ROG Ally, stuff like that. I played 920 hours, 921 hours of total play time. That's a lot of gaming time. Damn, that's a lot more than I thought I got it this year, but that's a lot. That's over 15 days, because I did the math on this, rough math. It's a little over 15 days. It's like 15 and almost a half days of total straight game time that I played in games. From all the games that I played. Then it says I played 99 games. That I dispute. That I got my list. It says 67, not 99. Like I said, there's a bunch of games that I just maybe installed, never played. A bunch of games that I probably played once or twice and then gave up or whatnot. So I am not considering those games. So No. 67 is my number. 99, no. Preferred platform, PC. PC. ROG Ally is a PC. So I've been mostly playing my games on PC. Achievements earned, over 757 achievements. Gamer score earned, over 16,194 points. Busiest gaming month was February. Yeah, I can understand that. Because Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth came out in February, so that's why. And then it breaks down where you have played the most here. It says about 243 hours on the console. Not bad. 674 hours on the PC. Mobile, I did 21 minutes of mobile play. That must be with the rewards stuff when I'm playing their, not the Candy Crush, what's it called? What a Bejeweled kind of game that they have you play to earn some rewards points. So that would be the mobile one. Cloud, only 4 hours in cloud. So I did more cloud gaming than I did mobile gaming. Not a big mobile gamer, but I tried out a little bit of the cloud because I wanted to test out how good the cloud was. Because people are like, oh, the cloud, people, the cloud. So how I stack up. So they got how I stack up. You're in the top 4% of players for time played. So I'm in the top 4% of players of top played. You're in the top 1% of players for gamer score. So I'm on the top of a lot of stuff here, folks. You're in the top 1% of players for achievements unlocked. That makes me sound like I got nothing better to do except for playing games, but I don't feel like I played that much. Okay, whatever, but cool. I'm in the top 1%, 4%, 3 big achievements there. Number 1 top play game, Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth, like I just said. Total time played in the game, 170 hours. So that's a big chunk of time that I spent in that game, of course. Gamer score earned, 734. Achievements earned, 45. Top achievement, Ruffians Beware, which I unlocked on March 20th, 2024. Only 17.14% of the players unlocked it. Then they go into like community gamer score, community achievements and stuff for the game. It says I'm in the top 10% of this game's most active players. Cool. Like that. My number 2 game that I played the most, which I'm surprised I haven't played more than Infinite Wealth yet, but maybe eventually because I'm still playing it. Vampire Survivors. Yes. I played 70 hours, total time played. Gamer score earned 145 more than 145 points. 27 achievements are unlocked. Top achievement, extra. Photo No Storm. Unlocked on November 17, 2024. Only 2.88% of players unlocked this achievement. I'm in the top 3% of this game's most active players. I can understand that because I play a lot of Vampire Survivors. I want to try to maybe play some after this podcast, but we'll see. Top number 3 game played on this list, Fallout 4 for PC, which I'm surprised because I would think it would be Skyrim, but it says Fallout 4. Total time played, 44 hours. Gamer score earned, plus 750. Plus 38 achievements earned. Top achievement, Rockets Red Glare, August 21st, 2024. Only 1.13% of players unlocked it. I'm also on the top 10% of this game's most active players. Excuse me for my nose rubbing. Like I said, folks, got a lot of nose issues going on now. Go figure. So, yeah, those are my top 3 games of 2024, I guess, which I would think Skyrim would be up there. I thought Skyrim I played more of than Fallout 4, but okay, it says I played more Fallout 4 than Skyrim. Go figure. But Vampire Survivors, yes, that's definitely number 2. But it should be number 1 eventually. Like a Dragon, Infinite Wealth, of course, is number 1. Other favorites, of course, we got, what are my other favorites here? We'll go through the list here. says number 4, Yakuza Kiwami 2, then Yakuza 4, then Palworld, then Star Wars Outlaws, Yakuza Kiwami for Windows 10, Elder Scrolls, Skyrim, Yakuza 3, Minecraft for Windows, Grand Theft Auto Vice City, Mortal Kombat 1, Army of Ruin, No More Heroes 3, Final Fantasy 13 is number 16, Star Trek Resurgence, Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Trilogy, Brotato, Star Wars Battlefront, and then it goes back to the beginning. And then Phil Spencer says his special shout out to all of us. What else do they got here? And that was pretty much it. All right. So that's pretty much it of all the stuff that I played in 2024 and all the stuff that I earned, the accolades, the achievements, celebrating my gaming, I guess, if we want to say that. Yeah. So I'm going to go through this stuff very quickly because, like I said, I don't got much time left. This podcast is running beyond long. I know it's the final one of this, I guess, year. If this is coming out before next year, let me triple check this. So we got this not coming out. Definitely not coming out today. Oh, so it should be coming out the 30th. Okay, so it should be still this year. So it's the final podcast of this year because it's coming out next week, the 30th of December. So you're going to be listening and watching this on the 30th. Okay. So, yeah, this is going to be the final podcast until February 3rd, unless, like I said, folks, unless if Nintendo makes their big announcement or Rockstar makes a big Grand Theft Auto announcement or something, you know, and shows some gameplay or whatever. Something like that. If something big, really big happens, then I'll get out of my non-podcasting funk and I'll make a podcast around one of those things. But if not either of those, then you'll just see me do videos and live streams and stuff. I'll still do my live streams. I'm still going to be doing my videos all the way through. It's just I won't be podcasting till the February 3rd because I don't think there's enough stuff to talk about till then. So, but what am I looking forward to as a gamer personally? Looking forward to in 2025, game-wise. Well, the Avowed game I was talking about, the new Yakuza game, of course, the Yakuza pirate game. You know, Yakuza pirate. Whatever, Hawaiian Pie, I forget what the name is, to tell you the truth. But, yeah, playing as Majima as a pirate, using the Infinite Wealth, Hawaiian Islands and stuff. They're reusing the assets again, so don't get too mad at them for doing that. They're going to reuse the assets one more time, and they're going to put Majima in it this time in Hawaii, and he's going to be a pirate and going to do some pirate shit and stuff, so that'll be interesting. That's one of my main games, and like I said, Avowed. I'm really interested in Avowed for next year. What else? What other games were there that was interested in coming out next year? They were also talking about the Outer Worlds 2. Even though I fell off the Outer Worlds 1, I'm interested to see what they will do for the Outer Worlds 2, because those are both being made by those are both Avowed and Outer Worlds games are made by the same company. So I wonder when the Outer Worlds 2 comes out. I bet you that's coming out probably fall, something along that lines, because they want to put this game out first. And I'm wondering if they'll sneakily come out with Fable or something else, or a Gears of War collection. I'm wondering, because they are doing a new Gears of War prequel game. I'm wondering, because we heard rumors before that they were going to come out with like a Gears of War remaster collection or something like they did with the Halo Remastered collection. And I'm wondering if that's still a thing or if that's even in the works or whatnot. I wish I had it in so I could just know, and I wouldn't tell anybody, but I would just know if that was a thing to look forward to. I would really hope Microsoft would do that with the Gears of War collection, because I would love to play all those games again, remastered. I know they have the Gears of War remaster, but Gears 2, 3, Judgment, stuff like that. I know people aren't too particular on Judgment, but yes, I would want Judgment in there. I would like to be able to play online with those, especially with Judgment, because the Judgment had the best online multiplayer gaming that I personally liked, because I was able to do the whole build up your security or tear down the security as the locusts, and I was the centipede and stuff, and I really loved that. And I would really like to get back into that kind of stuff. But if they would remaster the rest of those and just put it on all of the collection, now I could play on my PC, because I played the Gears of War remastered on my ROG Ally. I'd like to play them all on my ROG Ally or PC and get achievements again from them and play the whole stories again, all the way up to the now, and then we could play the prequel and stuff. I hope they announce something like that. I hope they come out with the Gears of War remastered anthology or whatever they're going to call it, because that'd be pretty cool. Will they? I don't know. Because the Halo one, the Halo ones didn't really do as well, I guess, as they wanted to, but they still supported it. They still put more Halo games in the Halo remastered collection or whatever it is, and I liked it. I played a lot of those Halos again in the remastered collection, so I don't know. But I'm really looking forward to like Avowed and stuff. I'm really interested to see what they got for that. Otherwise, seeing what the Switch 2 is going to be like, what it's going to bring to the table digitally and stuff, and see what could we be expecting game wise. I don't know. I hear there's so many games out there. I just want to see something like Fable get announced officially, come out or something, or show real actual gameplay more than the little trailer gameplays that they've been showing. I'd like a Gears of War remastered, like I said. Otherwise, I got my Halo, I got my next Yakuza game, I got my next Elder Scrolls-ish type of game, I got my next space shooter, got a few other things I heard that are coming out in the works. You got a few of those indie, smaller studios coming out with stuff like that Mouth of the South or whatever it's called, which has that funky artwork and gameplay look that looked really interesting. So we'll see. What am I thankful for as a gamer? I'm just thankful that I'm able to play all these games, to buy all these games. I'm thankful for Game Pass Ultimate, because it saved me a bunch of money and it gave me a bunch of discounts and stuff. But I'm thankful that I can afford to do all this, to do the podcast, the videos, stream, if people watch or listen or not, because I do it for me. I do it for fun. Like I said, I don't charge. I don't have ads for any of this stuff. If you see ads on YouTube, it's YouTube's ads. It's not my ads. It's YouTube doing it, not me. But I do this all for fun. I'm thankful that it's a fun hobby, even though I take so much time to do it, more than I should probably. But I'm glad I can do this expensive hobby for gaming, streaming, stuff like that. It takes a lot, but it's fun, and it's my thing. Not making any money, spending a lot of money, having a lot of fun. Even though I'm just talking to this camera right here. Thankful for my health. I got my New Year's resolutions on here, but it's kind of stupid because it's the same shit that I put on every year. I've continued my gymming, working out. I've been working out a bit more. I've been starting to work out more, even though this week I haven't been working out as much. Maybe tomorrow, which I don't know, as I'm recording this podcast, maybe I'll do a workout, maybe not. I don't know, because it's Christmas time, so I might not work out. So, but if I do, I do. If I don't, I don't. But I didn't doing more gym working out and stuff. Been eating a little bit healthier. I still eat some junk food and stuff here and there, but I eat less of it, and I do eat more healthy stuff, and I do work out, I do drink more water, stuff like that. Less going out to eat, more making my own meals and stuff. Saving more money, trying to save more money. That's one of my major things. I got to try to save more money this year. Put away more money. Try to cut back, pay off more of the house. Try to save up for maybe a real vacation, a real vacation, a vacation where I actually go somewhere, like on a plane. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, folks. That won't be anytime soon, but few years down, that's what I'm planning. But right now, I paid off a lot of debt. I only got like a car, my house. My car will be almost done, but my vehicle, a few other things, a little bit, not too much on my credit card, just a bit on my credit card. I don't really put too much money on my credit cards, so, keep my debt low, try to save more, try to put more money away, maybe eventually try to invest a little bit in the stock market or something, and we'll see if I want to go there. But my future plan is, though, to save up for a real vacation, which would probably be like Japan. That's my real goal. If I can save up in a few years and just go on a 2-week vacation to Japan, that would be cool. Even though I don't know where I'm going, how to speak anything, and learning how to eat some of their local cuisines and stuff, I'd want to go to Japan. That's been something. If I can go on only one vacation and one trip, that'd be to Japan. Yep. Love the culture, love the area. I hear it's very beautiful, very amazing over there. A lot of people love to go to Japan. I want to go there too. So that would be something on my New Year's resolution list for 2025 and beyond. Otherwise, I'm doing pretty good. I know it's been tough times for a lot of people out there. I know hard times might be coming ahead. Who knows? We'll see about the tariffs and everything else in the world going on. Hopefully people will still have their jobs. Hopefully people will get more jobs out there. Hopefully the economy will be better. Hopefully everything else will be better. We'll see. We'll see how 2025 is. And then I'll be back talking about all this stuff all over again in my next 2025 year of gaming and stuff, I'm very excited. Very excited. And I thank you all for joining me on this adventure. If you're listening to this, watching this, whatever, thank you. Thank you, one. Thank you all for joining me. It's been a great year. Depending on who's watching, who's listening, either or even if you just come across it and you just watch a little bit or listen to a little bit of it, hey, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for glancing. Subscribe to my YouTube channel. It's free. Go to my website at OldFreakyGamer.com. Listen to my podcast if you're not listening to this on audio version. If you don't want to watch the video, you want to just listen on your phone or something, go to OldFreakyGamer.com, click on the podcast tab, the GamezAttack podcast, and subscribe to it. It's free. I don't charge for anything. And I will be doing more gaming videos in 2025 and beyond. I'll be doing more streams. I'll hopefully play more games, and hopefully 2025 will be a good year of gaming. We'll see. Like I said, it's not cheap. It's not easy, and nothing ever is. Just got to be thankful for what we can do and what we got. And everybody, Feliz Navidad, happy holidays to each and every one of you. I think I'm going to leave 2024 behind me in pretty much a happy note. It's been a pretty good year, for me at least. I hope it's a pretty good year for you guys, and I hope 2025 is good for all of us. Thank you again, and I'll catch you guys, at least with the podcast, because like I said, I will continue to do my live streams. I will continue to do my gaming videos every week. And I'll catch you guys again, unless if something big gets announced before then. February 3rd is when I'll catch you guys again on a new GamezAttack podcast. That'll be the 49th podcast. So everybody, let's see here. I'm trying to look here. There we go. So everybody, for one last time in 2024, game on, game hard, world conquest. I'm pushing this gaming button. And this podcast show is now game over. Peace.
I love the chase and the hunt, and I set the pace when I'm running. I always take what I want, and I always give it 100. Don't need a bank, no, I'm funded. Play the game like it's nothing. I'm always thankful for something. Don't take for granted, stay humble. Now wake up! It's time to look at the enemy. Look in the mirror if he is no friend to me. It's not working out, maybe it's the chemistry. It's time to break up so I can make a better me. Better believe in your mind, cause it's everything. You can mold, shape, find almost anything. All it takes is some time and some clarity to find your identity. It's mind over everything. And when I feel like this, I'm immortal. 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 Don't be scared. Stepping up, don't be scared.
It's game time, folks. Game on with Mr. Mike.